Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Treg.
And this is Nocturne Flam.
Good to see you again, Nocturne. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've been having a good weekend so far. We're ready to kick your weekend into high gear with more classic gaming goodness. We're looking back at the intro of Croc, Legend of the Gobbos. We've been playing on the Sega Saturn. We're at part 2, and we're revisiting the idea of, the evil Baron Dante and the Dantinis taking the Gobbos away. Croc's gonna go get them. And Nocturne's been playing this game blind as it has been, starting with our last part, which is linked below when I do the edit in a couple days for our YouTube site. But yeah, we're going to be going to the Arctic world as far as where we're going, or Arctic Zone, yep. I should say, for finishing that off. We finished the Mountain Zone last time. We did a good amount of Arctic Zone as it was. And yeah, we're going to sit back, relax for the next couple hours. We're going to have more going on with this 3D Collect-a-thon platform, which is going to be her case of it. And next week I get to mine. We'll talk about that in a little later, in a little bit of time, I should say. Yep. All right, Knock, you ready to take us away? Let's take it away.
And as a matter of fact, I do have one little thing I want to go back and do in the mountain area.
Okay, what do you want to do?
During practice and warming up earlier, I discovered, I guess it's not really a discovery, but I figured out how to get all the gems on one of the levels, and all of the Gobbos in one run.
Yep. Yeah, because as we mentioned before, she's playing this game blind. She's not played this game before last month, and she's always playing other parts because the idea is going to be when she's done with the game, she's then going to go and find all the hidden items. She's going to be able to get going for the hidden islands, of which there are 2 of them. There are 4 main worlds, by the way, as far as this. And then the hidden islands, and then all of the Gobbos 400% completion. That's coming later. But in the meantime, if you want to show them what that is and it gets kicked off, feel free to do that.
Yep. So we will be loading the game now from the cartridge.
Right. Because we mentioned last time, this is one of the semi-few games on Sega Saturn that if you have the memory card, you can load and save directly to it.
Yeah. So we are leaving the ice area.
Yeah, we're gonna say no to Snow Say No. Or so, Snow No Say? What does it say over there? We'll see, we're coming back. It's the next level we're going to. But what level was this that you said you were Darkness Descends?
So yeah, back in Darkness Descends.
Okay.
I figured out how to do the first room.
Okay.
At the time, I hadn't realized that... Well, at the time that I went through this level, I didn't realize that you could hang from below on the floating gratings.
Okay.
So I was completely clueless about how to get all the gems in the first room, and in the process I also figured out how to get all the Gobbos.
Okay, well I'm going to be curious about this because I did not actually witness her pre-play warm-up today, so this is going to be new for me as well.
Or at the very least, I think I've been able to find all the Gobbos.
Okay, well, point is, when we're done with the game, we'll get a sense as far as what they all are, but yeah, feel free to show us as far as it. It's also, I guess, going to be kind of more loose as far as what we're going to be discussing, just because of the fact that we went into all the stuff in the history of the game that I found last time, and I guess I'll look as far as next part to see where else we're going to go. But yeah, you want to start with Darkness Descends here, and then we go back to the Arctic Zone for level 6 over there. We'll do that.
Yep, so let me get oriented properly.
Yeah, smart thing to do in this game, as we said last time.
So, I do not stomp the box yet.
Okay.
Because there's 2 gems up here. Well, 2 of the colored gems.
Okay.
And then I'll stomp those 2. I mean, I could stomp the last one too, but it's easier to run on the top of the grate than it is to move hanging from it.
Okay.
Whoops. I stomped in the wrong spot.
I was going to say, were you intending to... Because I know you said, hey, one of them you didn't want to stomp. I didn't know if that was the one.
Yeah, now I do want to stomp that box.
Right.
And now I use... I mean, that... It turned out that was mainly just some extra regular gems, but I kind of wanted to include it anyway.
Fair enough, and actually we did see this as far as Arctic Zone, but yeah, when I first saw this, I didn't necessarily think myself either, saying, hey, hang on that, but I guess it makes sense as far as you get into the Gobbo.
Yep. And now we get back to the first one of those Gobbos in a box that likes to run from you.
Yeah, but as I mentioned last time, also, if you played any case of shell game or something like that, fine. In this case, you're just running around. Just be set on that, jump on the box, hold on the side of it, and then bash it, and you got it. And now he's coming with us, as is always the case. Although they're happy to be with us, because, hey, as you saw in the story intro, as far as the opening of tonight and last month when we showed the whole deal, it is a case that they raised Croc, as you mentioned, so it makes sense they'd be wanting to play with him. I think you said that last time. Hey, I get the sense that he's just playing specifically because there's the young ones, as far as are the younglings, I guess you want to put it that way, as you get going.
So yeah, there's the first room done 100% of that level, and I'm a little bit proud of myself for figuring out how to do it.
Actually, before you go on, could you face like right behind it? Do a 180 turn from over into the distance where the sky is. Yeah, jump right there.
Hang on.
Okay, I don't know if you're seeing that white thing there. You actually can see the moon, but I don't know. Okay, I didn't notice that when we played last time. I do know the Sega Saturn version is dark. We were playing it on the Saturn. It's also on the PlayStation and the PC. But maybe that's what's going on. I don't know if it's the brightness of the game as far as how our tech is that's causing that, or maybe it's this version that's just darker. I think this version is darker. Because when we went to one of the levels where you had the climbing wall, I was like, where the hell is the climbing wall? We had to look up the FAQs, like, where is this thing? It's way darker in this version. It's way easier to see on the PlayStation edition. So I think that might be what's going on as far as seeing the moon. I guess it makes sense, like hearing the hooting owls on the soundtrack before getting the sense that, fine, it's supposed to be nighttime. But as I said, I don't know if it's... I think it's the game. I don't know if it's necessarily anything with settings, because I'll say this, because I'm preparing for Mr. Driller, which we've been playing at the end of June. So I booted the Dreamcast up, and when I did that, I said, I kind of want to just put in a bunch of games I have. So I put in Metropolis Street Racer, which we showed off for the Racing Showcase a little bit. Actually, that was the first time I ran it with the HD60. Actually, no. No, when I was playing it, I ran it the same way as far as, because I didn't have the HD60X connected for anything for that. But it was really hard to see the nighttime areas when I'm doing driving. I said, I don't remember it being that way when we recorded last time, or even when I was playing on my own time. So that's one of those games where I think I'm going to have to just adjust the brightness when we come back to it. And it's also something that I found, another weird thing, is that I'm watching a series, I don't know, did I ever show you the GameSack program?
I don't think so.
I'll have a link in the link list to this. Joe Redifer, who does the program, he's out of Colorado. He did a couple episodes that were about games that have native widescreen going back to ancient systems, including like PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and Dreamcast. And he went and found there's a case of Metropolis Street Racer, and he goes into like how do they do the settings of this. It's a hidden setting Metropolis Street Racer has that has a widescreen mode that is native to the game, but from what I understand, I'm going to test this, nice catch. When you turn it on, apparently if you... I'm trying to remember what the element of this... If you keep, like, exiting races, it squeezes or stretches out so much that... Or squeezes in that it's basically impossible to see. It's like there's a bug in the software or something. But that was kind of a weird thing to that. Hey guys, hey first. So good to see you tonight for Croc, Part 2.
Hello.
Got Nocturne, of course, because she's playing this game blind. Run on Sega Saturn. Going to basically anything we got on Croc, which kind of limited in my case because I've not played it much, as I mentioned last time. She's blind running it, and she's going through 1/6 to find all of the gems here. Yeah. And then we'll go back to where we finished last time.
Yeah, so if you weren't here for the very beginning, Electverse, during practice, I figured out where all the gems were, or how to do everything and get everything how to get everything in this level, basically. Mm-hmm. So now I'm going back and finishing that level. Right,
and with all 5 of them, we're able to go and get the last area, which I guess is going to have another Gobbo. Good to see you tonight, for sure. Feel free to go into anything else you got on Croc. Any other aspects? I guess the 3D platforming, aspects of widescreen gaming, because I was mentioning stuff about that earlier. And anything else you got game-wise, or anything else as well that's on your mind as well.
Wait, no.
Wait, we did this?
Wait, we did do this. I remember this room.
Okay, yeah, because we went swimming.
Okay, scratch everything that I just said.
Well, either way, that's fine that way, because at least it's not fine. She's gonna comb everything anyway eventually when we get to the end of this, because she's gonna show 100%. But it's either way. It's like, fine. I didn't notice the thing with the moon out there, which is darker in this version than it is on PlayStation, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
The graphics of the version are darker than on PlayStation, just in general.
But yeah, like...
And some of the other stuff you said, hey, we didn't notice.
But yeah, like, if I go down here, this is where the jewel room Gobbo was. So... Unless I missed something on my initial run.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we did go in here. So, but that's the idea. Is like sometimes you have to scour things in the case of how do you keep track of something, especially in a game like this where maybe there's not a whole lot to keep track of, but also some cases where what did I do necessarily? And fine, I'll say this because we're going blind this time. We already went into, I guess, everything I know about a history on this game that I found. My experience, as mentioned, is limited to hers as well for this, as it is. It's going to be pretty much an open mic night, fine, with the way we always are, but in that case, it's kind of an interesting thing, and fine, we can also go back to the stuff we talked last time, including how you inadvertently, as I realized when I was doing the edit, you said, hey, the way the life system in this game works, which is one hit, you die, you get 3 lives, it's a game over, and you have infinite continues. He said, hey, maybe it would be better if you had the ability to get a health meter, basically get hearts, and then when those go away, you get a game over, and then have to start the level again. You inadvertently described how Croc 2 on the PlayStation does it. So I was like, okay. And I was glad to find that out, saying that, okay, I guess, yeah, Argonaut was thinking when it came to the element of that one. And I don't know, like, if you ever played Croc 2, I never played Croc 2, and you've only played this one, Nocturne, I'm correct about that?
Yeah, this is the only, the first episode of Croc on the stream, and the practice and what I've done so far tonight are the only experience I have with the Croc series at all, including watching it.
I mean, I as I mentioned, I heard the name, but that was basically all I had as far as it, but it was also something interesting to see when it came to, as I mentioned, the fact that this is very Nintendo 64-like. Its history was probably gonna be a Nintendo 64 game when you really think about it, as far as how Argonaut's idea was, and then it then transmogrified into this, and kind of became a big case of itself. A big enough case as far as for the people who didn't have Nintendo 64s, and then say, enough that people remember this, and we got the HD version that's coming sometime, though it's been about a year since they've announced it.
But yeah, so far, I figured I would just get all the gems on this stage.
Sure, and also just take in, you know, the atmosphere, because remember, every time you get gems, they go into your bag at the end of it, and every 100 of them gets you a life. And I believe, I don't know if I said this last time, but if I did, I'll reiterate it again now. Most of the levels do not have 100 gems to collect, so you do have to put them in the bag for the purpose of getting more lives. And I guess it's, I mean, I guess the idea of this is that you could feasibly farm lives in this game, I guess, by going to a level that you know where a bunch of gems are and just get a bunch of them.
Or like that one ice level that has those 5 1-ups that appear in the one room.
That's true, you're right. So, in that case, kind of the way of how do you find lives in a game like this?
I mean, assuming that's repeatable.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is. I mean, I don't think, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's anything that it's... Okay, fine, because, okay, you got all the Gobbos as it was, but they're here again in case you miss one. So, you can still come back, so as far as I know, unless chat, you know, I think, yeah, you basically could keep coming back to get lives. And we sometimes are talking about this with other games, the idea of what is the idea of a life system, where is a case of a game where does it necessarily matter that much, because how they give you lives, a lot of opportunities, where don't they do that, and other things. Because yeah, we talked about that with Super Mario Land 3 in particular, but also a little bit with 2. And with Super Mario Land 1, well, less to a certain extent for that than the other two. And good news, like first, remember 2 months ago we were talking about where is Super Mario Land on Switch Online for the Game Boy side of it. They put it on this week, along with Alleyway and Baseball. And Japan also got The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls. I don't know if you've heard of that, have you?
I don't believe I have.
It didn't come out here. That might be part of it, but it's also a case where, if you ever played The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, if you remember King Richard, who's thrown out of Candlelit Castle, He's jumping around with the frogs around. He's the character you play in that game that's a lot like Zelda. It is on the Japanese side of the Switch Online, as I mentioned. I played it. It's not exactly like Link's Awakening, even though it's one of the same developers. Fine, some of the sounds and things seems familiar, but even the combat, what you do in that game is you have to kind of get into a case of timing your button press when they're kind of like in like dust cloud, like, you know, if you've ever seen an old cartoon where they're fighting in a dust cloud, you can't see them beating the ever-living hell out of each other. It's like that a little bit, but then it's also a case that you have to time it enough so you get enough of a strong hit to punch them, or hit the B button to say, hey, you know, use items or run away. And since it isn't translated, it's also a case of, I was saying to my coworkers, they're saying, what's going on? I was like, I don't know. Chasm22, you're learning Japanese. Can you translate this? And he's like, I can translate parts of this, but not completely all of it. So, and that's been the interesting thing was kind of some of these Switch Online releases where they were only for Japan, because there was that one, and there was a Marvelous Another Hidden Treasure, which was on Super Famicom, which is, I think, one of the earliest games by Eiji Aonuma, who would go on to do stuff for the Zelda franchise as well. I'm trying to get a sense, like, what are they saying here for the purpose of the translation, and also getting a sense of, yeah, this game that we never had. And that very important one as far as Frog from the Bell Tolls because of the Zelda connection. Hi, DarthLoctus. Just so good to see you tonight. We are playing Croc to the Gobbos, playing the Sega Saturn. Nocturne, of course, is here with me for that. She's the one controlling this blind as we're going to say no snow. Okay, I finally got the name of what the level is right. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to go into memories on Croc if you have any. And other aspects of 3D Collect-a-thon platformers.
Yeah, or really any games at all.
Yeah, it's open mic night tonight as far as how we go. And also, fine. And if you like your Collect-a-thon platformers, then we got 3 weeks in a row was worth of them. Because, yeah, Mario Sunshine for the next 2 weeks for me. As far as we start that next week and then do it on June 1st.
Oh.
What's up?
I forgot to mention this earlier, but I realized that it is not, in fact, ice physics on the slopes at the bottom of the walls.
It's not?
I got the same physics on a non-ice level.
Okay, in that case, we did our audio check. Do you want me to insert when we edit that discussion going into where we thought that came from?
Sure. Why not? Something that I noticed during this test.
What's that?
That I didn't find out when we left off. The angled parts of these walls.
Yeah.
Those have ice physics, but this floor doesn't.
Okay.
So.
And it's different physics than when you go up on the side and you slide down. Oh, I think you're right a little bit.
I think this is ice physics.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, you're right because it takes them longer to come down.
Yeah.
Yeah, an interesting catch. I didn't actually notice that until. And that will be where it was seen, and hope you enjoyed it. That's the other case. Like I also said, like, okay, I'll let you figure and do enough of a pause so that I can do it. See, you were saying like when it came to the audio check that we're doing, fine, it was more formality because we know the numbers as far as it, and we're running the tech the same way. Nice catch. We're saying, okay, who knows? Like sometimes something like that can come out as far as like editing. I always say editing fodder for the purpose of that. As you're getting, wait, that was invisible.
Yeah, well, cool. Some of the colored gems are disguised as normal gems.
Oh, right, because they're underneath it. I know the first level of a Mountain Zone, the first world did that. Mm.
Alright. Now to figure out... Okay.
Yeah, where are we going? Because this is where you left last.
Yep. I just needed to wait for that to get a clear jump back up here.
Mm-hmm.
There's another catch.
No, there you go. Or as we said last time, it's like, fine, if you ever played Tomb Raider, especially old Tomb Raider, and you understand how to play that game, you're probably going to feel right at home, including the fact that, hey, it's the backpack, just like Lara Croft does.
And this is going to be a slippy-slidey thing.
I guess so. I don't know, maybe, we'll see.
I bet it is. Or not. Okay.
I mean, it's not fair, or not unfair to say, yeah, we would think that.
I mean, it's certainly steep enough that they could have decided to put ice physics here.
It also could have been a case like Rayman 2, The Great Escape, is an example where, like, hey, a lot of cases you have to kind of go that way. It's like, yeah, you need to die for hitting me with as far as my gems. But like with that game, there's often times where you see the looms when you go down a ramp, and you kind of go into sliding mode. I'm trying to remember, do you ever play Rayman 2?
No.
Or actually, what's your experience with the Rayman franchise? Is there
Very, very little.
very little? Okay, because I actually have shown both those on the show technically, but that was years ago. I don't have the tech. I don't have the recordings of them anymore. And I started both of those and didn't finish them, so I'm gonna have to come back. I think with Rayman 1, I'm probably gonna come back to that next September because I think that might be a case where I can celebrate 30 years of the game. I think. That, or I could do what I initially thought I just was gonna do actually when I did that show back in 2020, which was, can I do a swap across a bunch of launch games from the PlayStation 1 for September 5th, which was the anniversary of its US release. Fine, technically the 30th anniversary of the PlayStation 1 is this year with the Japanese release. But that does get me thinking. I never played this. Most of my games of this era were sci-fi games like Colony Wars and Armored Core, or RPGs like Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, and Xenogears. Okay, fair enough to that. Yeah, go on Colony Wars. You ever play that?
No.
I've never played that one either. That was Psygnosis, I think, who made that one. I think there's kind of a flight space perspective, and Armored Core, I'm familiar with that, which is out of From Software, who made the Dark Souls games.
Yeah, I know of it. I've only ever played it once, very, very briefly.
There was that new one, was it Fires of Rubicon? I think it came out last year. I heard it was pretty good, but I hadn't played it, and they made tons of cases on Armored Core. And Colony Wars, I know there's, I think, 2 of those are on the PlayStation. If those requests also, feel free to indicate that, like, hey, you want to see some of this stuff. Some of those I think we're going to be doing eventually anyway, but also for some of the other ones, feel free to go into that. Like, hey, we take the viewer request. I mean, next week is a viewer request case for Super Mario Sunshine. And I always make a promise, at least one of those a month. And go back to the thing on Rayman, actually, September 2025, there is a Friday show of September 5th and one of September 6th. I could feasibly either do, do Rayman then, or try and pull a bunch of stuff from PlayStation 1 launch era. It's like, hey, you know, let's get that perspective. Because as we said, fitting to talk about this game, even though we're playing on Saturn and not PlayStation, this was kind of, I guess, the PlayStation and the Saturn's answer to a lot of 3D platformers that Nintendo 64 had, particularly with Super Mario 64. As, what are we thinking here?
Trying to figure out how to break these boxes without falling into the cold water.
Yeah, I mean, or if you're able to, that way. It also just looks safer than doing, well, okay, I guess it looks safer than doing that, but this, I don't think this is a case where you can feasibly run across it because it's a short enough gap, like with Mario, I wouldn't think. Like Mario 2D. Oh, fuck, no, it's not. Okay, crap.
I misjudged distance on that.
I'm looking at that, like, it's tiny, so it's like, actually, yeah, you maybe did a better feat in saying I got in between where it seems like it shouldn't be able to get, specifically. 3 each of the Armored Core games and Colony Wars, which were on PlayStation, and Armored Core kept going. Colony Wars did not, and I still have them all. Well, yeah, well, that was also the weird one, because, fine, with Colony Wars, that was Psygnosis, who now is owned by Sony. They're, Sony Liverpool. I guess I'm kind of surprised, I guess, that, maybe they didn't think, hey, let's go back to Colony Wars. Whereas with Armored Core went along where, fine, because Armored Core, the way the publish on that worked, is like a bunch of different companies, I think.
Okay, I do think I've figured out what mechanism is probably going to let me. I'm pretty sure
whatever's on the buttons.
Pretty sure I need to unlock this cage, and I would be willing to bet that the button will do something to freeze or make a platform underneath the boxes.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Yeah, it's a good eye to that. Yeah, with Armored Core, just to go back there, it's a weird one because, yeah, From Software made them all, but the publishing on that went all over the place. It was Agitech who published the ones on the PS1 and PS2. Then Sega was published them in 360, PlayStation 3 era. I think Namco did Fires of Rubicon, the one that came out on PS5 and Xbox Series S and X last year, I think. I'm not going to edit this to say, like, no, they didn't publish that, because that'll fine. Since she's on play duty that way, I can also say, like, wait a second. Yeah, what was the case of that? Because, yeah, I've never played the Armored Core games myself. Actually, even with then, I haven't really played a whole lot out of From Software. I've only really played Echo Knight, which is on PlayStation, and, Elden Ring, which was, which came out a couple years ago, which is getting its DLC next month. But yeah, Okay, no, okay, I was right. It was Bandai Namco published stuff. Fires Rubicon, which is Armored Core 6, which came around. Heavily customizable, and I remember Colony Wars being one that people were saying a lot of good things on PlayStation era. I mean, I guess that idea of space stuff, which not a whole lot of space flight stuff we've really shown on the show before, as far as stuff like that. Definitely one we'd like to fill, I guess, at some point, along with our Collect-a-thon platformer quota as we got going here. Yeah, fine. He's walking around. He's like, he was looking at you funny. He needed to die, or he's gonna fight. He was probably gonna run into you and hurt you.
Yeah, more or less. And there's another Gobbo.
Mm-hmm.
Colored gem.
And you also got that key as well.
Wait, oh, okay, I do have the key.
Yeah, the only reason I noticed that is when you picked up the gem, it showed the key up there at the top. So like, okay, fine, then you can feasibly go back and get that as far as how you want.
Oh, we are opening that cage.
Yeah, and we'll see as far as what your guess was. Fine, I guess that's sometimes the interesting thing about a blind play. That's what I had with Pokemon Gen 9, as it was. So yeah, you get out of the way because we need to hit the button. There you go.
Yep. I'm just going to wait a moment in case. I don't think there's a timer because I don't hear any ticking or anything to that effect.
Right, and actually, that reminds me of one thing. We asked last time, saying, was there a timer? That sound, that blink, blink, yeah. That was what I heard. I made a mistake when I was like, wait, was that a timer? Maybe I was so used to...
Shit.
Okay, well, you got back. I was like, yeah, kill him. Alright, that was a close call. Waste more gems. If you ever have the opportunity to play them, you should, but they're tough. Colony Wars is so difficult, the sequel opens from the first game's bad ending. Yeah, we had that with Shadow Hearts, which is also a case where the bad ending is the canonical one, as it is actually every game in that franchise. But I would be curious as far as that, because I've always heard that name Colony Wars, which is weird, because fine, I had N64 growing up in this era, so I didn't play Colony Wars, but it's always the thing, maybe it's because I read a lot of magazines in case of what was on the other systems. I think a medic said it best. He said it was one of those cases where I had N64s, like, where are RPGs? I love my RPGs, but not all on that system. And the idea of, like, the grass being greener on the other side, which is why he said, like, when I grew up, I went to friends' houses to play Parasite Eve, and then that's where I kind of fell into it specifically. So sometimes that thought, like, hey, you know, the difference between a console, like, an experience that you can feasibly only get on a system like that. And a unique experience from what I've understood as well.
Okay. Croc. Please.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you go, push the box. Actually, it was interesting because right there beforehand, it looked like his, you were able to push the box with just the one hand. Like, he had the other one not resting on anything right before you started pushing that. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I guess, yeah, this is no problem as far as Croc's concerned. Fine, he's getting used to as far as what he's got to do.
Hard.
This game is hard with platforming, you're right, but also you understand, I think, as we said, how to play this platforming game, because, fine, it goes to the idea, like, a lot of games like this are going to be designed differently, and sometimes you think, like, oh, this was kind of a thought that it's like Super Mario 64. The prototype, what this was, is a thought that Nintendo took that idea for Super Mario 64 when Argonaut presented it to them, and then they said, no, we don't want to go forward with this, despite some intrigue we had on what we saw. But then you look at this like, fine, you have to think platforming on this one way differently than even something like that. Or even Super Mario Sunshine we're doing next week.
But, like, the reason platforming hard is funny here...
It is, yeah.
...is because platformers have been my bread and butter since childhood.
Right, but I mean, but sometimes the question... Oh, you know, I'll ask this question. Chat, we can go on this too. What would you say is the hardest platformer you've ever played, and what was the reason that you found it that way? I know it's maybe covering a lot of ground. But is there any example of it that sticks out to you? I mean, it can be this one, as far as if you want to say this, but anything else as well. I mean, I'll also think that way myself, because also that could also be the distinction of, well, why is it hard, and also because it could be, hey, it's not designed very well, or some aspect of the game is set up.
Oh, okay.
Great. I love those close calls. Those are the best cases where you're on this edge, like, yeah, I'm gonna fall, but like, no, you catch yourself just in time. Thank God this game has that.
Oh, yeah. I would be dead many times over without that.
Right, no. You appreciate the case of a game doing that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
What do you think about this? Okay, so, I guess...
Oh. Crap. Crap.
Almost.
Though I have all the gems now.
Yeah.
So
It's just about getting
there's
through the
that.
end.
That's a mean section, though.
Yeah, but yeah, you basically had it.
I mean, collapsing platforms and a camera turn.
Right, yeah.
There's not really any time to react. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing in a game like this.
Uh-huh.
But, like, because, like, I do feel like that's just on the appropriate side of like, difficulty versus fake difficulty.
Right.
But whether it's fake difficulty or real difficulty really depends on the context for that kind of trick.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Crap. Well, at least I landed on the platform this time. And at least those ones don't collapse.
And at least you also got one of those, so if you fell again, it was going to be a case that they go, oh, good job. Like, I was feeling the tension right there for that.
Yeah, I would have had a chance if I had screwed up once more.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't have been a great chance because it's so easy to miss the platform on the knockback.
No, I get that absolutely. Hi everyone, hi Dolly Finn, so good to see you tonight for part 2 of Croc. Nocturne just made a very impressive set of jumps there, which has been going on a lot when it's come to this game as it was. And fine, this is, yeah, so talk about the natural aspect of that. As yeah, you again, remember the worm guy. Yeah, he snaps, and then you see like, yeah, bouncing on the bouncy, I guess, I call it Jello in there, fine, I said gelatin brand gelatin, so I'll say the same thing. I mean, yeah, fair enough to ask that. I was like, is it going to come out of that when you're not bouncing on that? It's fine. That's the door we came in. It was like, okay, fine, what's in here?
So... Okay.
It looks like you're stuck.
Yeah, I was stuck on level geometry.
Which sometimes comes with the territory of games like this, as it is
well,
of the era.
especially older games.
Yeah.
Like that, I can dismiss as a relic of the time.
Sure, yeah.
Because it was a common enough issue with just this general style of game.
Right. I mean, I guess it also does depend on how they execute it too. Is yeah, there's something in that box. I'm assuming that's the Gobbos, so yeah, I think you've got them all here.
Yep, that should be everything. Gotta check behind there because, as I recall, there was one level where one of the gems was hidden behind.
Yeah, indeed.
So
we're all set, and yeah, run over and hit the gong. Yeah, to go back to that platforming, difficult platforming case, fine. For maybe wrong reason, I'd say, fine, I guess I'm going easy on this one, saying, I don't know, Bubsy, Claws Encounters of the Third Kind, which is the name of the original game. The first one, I should say. Only because you have a one-hit death, and it's also something that it's sometimes inconsistent where those can come from, Because they have great animations for unique things of different ways you die, but it's also the case that oftentimes you can't see what you get hit by. It's like, you think you might live the way the animations work. They look like they're going to be set, but then you're not. And I guess as far as ones that are hard for that, hard for, I guess, the reason it makes sense, not the hardest, but I mentioned Dynamite Headdy, which you played on the show before. That's one where that game really asks you to be very precise with a lot of things. Although, then again, a lot of Treasures games ask that of you. But especially that one, as far as some of the unique ways it does that, in particular. I still kind of wish a lot of these games would modern re-release at bare minimum, like the Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9 ports that came out on modern consoles like Switch. I know it won't happen for most of them, but it definitely be nice. Well, fair enough to that, and fine. Sometimes, hey, we'll get the sounding board out, and because Croc's getting a re-release. I don't know if you were aware of that, but they are doing a new version of this. And then there's Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. Barring aspects as far as porting for some of those, although 8 I think is the one that has the least problems with that as far as modern stuff. Well, Armored Core would be weird because of the way the licenses are going around. Although I don't know how many of those go for tons of money. And then with Colony Wars, actually I'm trying to remember. Are any of the Colony Wars games on PlayStation 3? I know that's going back a ways. I know Xenogears is on PlayStation 3, and I know we've talked about the idea that that's a question with licensing because of the fact that Square published it. It's, who are the people who dev that game? Monolith Soft, who makes it, and they're owned by Nintendo, and the question of, we've talked about this too, is the thought that Square and, Monolith Soft, would they have a good relationship that way? I guess now that Square is saying that most everything they've made over the past year, including Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is something they consider a sales failure, and they say we're going back to basics of things. It's also basically their coded way of saying we should not have made Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake exclusive to PS4 for Remake and PS5 for Rebirth. To start, fine, they said they're doing it because for actually good reason, saying, hey, understanding one system's architecture, but I think then they said, fine, it sold 3 million units. It's not like I don't think it bombed, even though they say, yes, we think it bombed. But the case that they said that, hey, they're going to kind of focus on different things. Okay, that looked interesting. You saw you were falling on nothing, and then made the planting. But as I always say, never give up hope, because fine, Plumbers That Were Ties got re-released, and I own that game on Switch, and we're showing it next year.
I was nowhere near close enough to that.
Well, it's always worth a try, and hey, you're early at the beginning of the level, so you can have a continue case going on. But don't necessarily give up hope to something like that, because sometimes you think, like, how the hell do they get licensed to some of this stuff to make some of these things return, and they end up doing that. I mean, the one that aside from the Plumbers That Were Ties, that's the one that's the strangest. The one that I think is kind of the most surprising. Let me think about that. Well, there was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection where Konami went back as far as getting all the stuff on that. And there was something else, or maybe something's coming out where they're saying, hey, let's kind of figure that. So, point is, like, here's the other thing. If there's enough of a demand of something like that, they'll say, like, fine, we're going to be willing to pay the money to make something like that happen, even if it's a case where they might do something weird or maybe rebuild a game. Because, okay, I'll say this. Whenever the HD version of this comes out, because it got announced last year, Jez Sin, who was the head at Argonaut or worked on this game, said, hey, we're going to do this. We don't know much except the fact that they're going to do it. And that was really close. I'll be curious to see what is that going to look like when it comes to this game. And actually, we kind of have that with, that Gex trilogy, which was announced last year, but we haven't heard much about it recently. Although, then again, next month we have the Summer Games Fest, and it's also worth pointing out, we'll have our full Summer Games Fest coverage going next month as far as all the big announcements that come out. Talk about some of the stuff that's going to be running, the stuff as far as the Nintendo Direct that's happening next month, where they say, hey, we have everything coming for Switch for the rest of the year. They'll be talking about the new system of Nintendo's after that sometime. They said not at that conference, but they're going to be getting there eventually. Probably not at the events, but anything else. We might get something like, oh my god, they're bringing this back. You know? I mean, fine, going back to the Monolith Soft thing, we got Bot and Kados back. Questions on how they ported that specifically to certain degrees. But, hey, that's back. And the case of, bringing some of these things around again. Even when it seems like, yeah, there's no way in hell they're gonna bring this back. And I agree, although, actually, I guess with Colony Wars, I'm gonna look this up myself. Is Colony Wars that expensive as far as, PlayStation's concerned? Okay, no, that one's not. Actually, because there's a couple, yeah, because there's a couple of those.
I accidentally bumped the turnaround button in midair.
Oh, I was like, wait a second, okay, you're like, no, I don't want that key, actually. It's like, no, I'd rather just fall and die instead of get the key.
Whoops. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine, don't worry. Sometimes that stuff can happen, so I get the idea. I also like there's a delay on her screen a little bit, sort of, kind of, which is by design as far as how our tech is working. So it's like, fine, so you say something happened, like, look over, like, wait, what did I miss? It's like, okay, fantastic, it's right over there.
I guess that's one other advantage of me having it up on my laptop.
Sure, no, but that's also the idea, like, hey, you want to keep an eye on, like, what's chat saying. I don't know, what are you thinking as far as anything DarthLoctus or Verse or Dolly Finn saying of what they've mentioned so far?
Well, I definitely agree from the perspective of game preservation.
Sure,
that
yeah.
A lot of these older titles need to be at least ported to modern systems as, like, like $5 to $10 download titles or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea of also, like, hey, how do they justify that? And also, how do they necessarily do that? Because, fine, they mentioned the Square thing, or fine, the idea of Square aspects as well, what that's going to look like. Yeah, I'm crossing fingers for a Xenosaga collection right from PlayStation 2, and also pray for a Xenogears re-release outside the PS3 edition. But they did a full remaster, bringing Monolith, and perhaps finish the idea of, or actually finish it this time as far as, because weren't they gonna do a remaster of one of those? Does that sound familiar? Or they were gonna, or there's some aspect of the game that they didn't completely finish before it came out. Do you know that as far as Xenosaga or Gears?
I believe there was something for Gears. I'm not that familiar with it.
Okay. I know there's the Xenosaga thing that was on DS. That wasn't exactly it. But yeah, well, fine. Okay, I'll tell you the other thing that we're still waiting on, and I literally do a daily check on this, which I'll do it right now just because of this. I mentioned Suikoden many, many times in the show, and Nocturne, I don't know, did I ever mention... Oh! Well, you got it, but it slid. But you still have the key, so it's like, you don't have to go back there. At least as far as now.
Well, I don't know what else might be in that direction, but now that I have the key, I don't need to do that tricky bit of platforming.
That's true, as far as it...
So, I think I will try to get to the other side of this room. And see what's over there. I mean, this is my last life for this attempt, but details.
Oh.
Details.
Gotcha. No, fair enough. Okay, he's saying Disc 2 of Xenogears, that's all I need to say. Also probably have something in the link list to give a context to that. Right, because... Fine, because Xenogears... Oh, okay. I think I know what he's talking about, because I think that... There's something I think about how the production of Xenogears on PlayStation was, where I guess the game kind of stopped short. I'll also have to talk to Chasm22 about that, because he loves Xenogears as well. And I downloaded on PS3 on the back of his recommendation. And I was like, yeah, this game is really good of what I played of it so far. And I'm also on check for him also as far as Suikoden. I've mentioned that franchise a lot. Oh! Is that the thumbnail?
Maybe.
Okay, choose choice on thumbnail when we edit this. Okay, like, yeah, Croc fused with the box, so I guess he gets so frozen, he's trapped in the ice box without, well, that's the other thing when it comes to something like this, is sometimes weird stuff is gonna happen.
So, yeah, the answer is there was at least one colored gem over here. Okay, yeah, it was the green colored gem for this stage.
Okay, yeah, still nothing yet. Yeah, because the thing I'm looking as far as that was the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD re-release that Konami announced a couple years ago. Actually, DarthLoctus, you were on the show. Actually, Nocturne, you were on the show too when we did Sonic Mania the first time, when I said, hey, they announced that the Nintendo Direct that year. It's like, oh my god, they're bringing that back, because that was what Chasm22 was saying. They didn't delay it, and then they haven't given it a new date yet. And we're like, where is it? And they even got the game, what was it? You Wait and Chronicle 100 Hero, which came out a couple of weeks ago. Which I played that game. It's actually really, really good. It's very much like Suikoden from what I understand. I've never played Suikoden. You ever play Suikoden?
I haven't, but I've heard really good things about it.
Yeah, you'd probably like that Ueden Chronicle 100 Hero, because it's the same people who made Suikoden who made it. It was kickstarted, actually, 4 years ago. It just came out.
This is bad.
I was gonna say, yeah, like, I can't see where I'm going.
Pretty much. I'm just trying to be very, very ginger about, turning around. Because I could have easily ended up falling there.
Oh, there you go. Good job. Okay, two things. Yeah, Dancing Piranha Plants by Gemini96. So good to see you tonight for part 2 of Croc. Fitting also, because Nocturne, of course, is playing this. She started playing Mario Wonder last night. Fine, Mario Wonder as far as the idea of those emoticons he's rocking there. I'll picture that when I edit.
Crap.
But, yeah, so good to see you tonight for sure as far as that. And then also, like we're saying, I just finished Metroid Dread. My hands hurt. I hear that game is insanely hard. Of what I've understood. I have it. I haven't beaten it myself. We're actually talking Metroid stuff specifically. Because I think that's Gemini 96's next game. He's like, he beat Link's Awakening. It's like, now he's playing Metroid Prime. Yeah, you play Metroid Dread?
I've played parts of the demo.
Yeah, I have it. It's really, really good. It's just that I need to sit down and play it more.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel the same way. Like, I'm definitely going to buy it eventually. Like, the full version, of course. But I kind of want to finish the demo before I fully commit.
Yeah.
But I think there's a strong chance that I'll be getting the full version.
I get that. Next time I'm playing on casual mode, I don't care as far as that. I guess because is it really that bad as far as how? Because they patched that game to add a new, harder difficulty. I think like a one-hit death mode, basically, in that game. So you turn into Contra, pretty much, as far as that idea.
I failed to jump again.
You know, if we were to go into that aspect as well for, I guess, yeah, for Metroid Dread, that way. I guess the idea is like, hey, a really hard modern Nintendo game, I guess. To a certain degree. If I'm really, I guess, hard that way. And I guess we'll get to that as far as when we do Metroid.
Well, Nintendo does seem to, in some ways, be going back to their roots in higher difficulty games.
That's, yeah, I guess so.
I mean, Nintendo Hard is considered a term for a reason.
I guess now what are they're doing that, I guess, with parts of Super Mario Bros. Wonder. They're really hard, I guess, Metroid Dread. And I don't know, I guess they're turned to other stuff. Okay, it's not so bad first, but it ramps up so much at the end, and also DarthLoctus has the context on Xenogears on PlayStation 2, Disc 2. It's infamous in that the short version of the story is the game went so far over scope, the budget went so hard that Takahashi, who I think directed it, was ordered to ship just Disc 1, which covered a third of the cost, third of the overall plot, and ends with a cliffhanger. So the compromise on Disc 2, it has the characters sit down, tell the story to recollection, broken up by a couple dungeons and boss fights to get right before the final dungeon, and then only then regain full control of the game. Okay, so basically everything of it happens off screen. Okay. That sounds familiar as far as a game that's done that. And fine, we were talking earlier today about Shining Force 3 on Sega Saturn, which, fine, it's split into 3 as far as its Japanese release. When it came over here, they only had the first part, and the question of, are we ever getting those other 2 parts? I don't know, because that was in 1998, and Xenogears was also 1998. Who's to say? But fine, okay, so, okay, that's the case, I guess, where the budget went so crazy, which I guess was, think about that, that's weird as far as Square this way, because they were just coming off of Final Fantasy VII, where that did gangbusters numbers for them. As far as it was a huge case as far as PlayStation. I mean, that was selling PlayStations, or a game that was selling PlayStations, along with the game itself. So the case that, fine, the way the budget was running, that was what it was. So that, fine, there's all this interesting stuff in story that they're telling, and they're like, wait a second, why can't I play that part? I'm trying to remember. There's another game I thought there was like maybe something like that, but okay, thank you for the indication, and also the idea like, hey, the difficulty on other stuff that way. So basically the idea, I guess, the Disc 2 is like an anticlimax, specifically on the back of that. Yeah, fine. I'll get a sense of it when I go all the way through Xenogears, because I do have it, and we'll run it on PS3 for the case of it, because that's the way I have it, because otherwise it costs a decent amount of money. But hey, like, we'll get the game that way as much as we can for the purpose of it. And then I guess with Metroid 2... Actually, what Nocturne opinion time for you? What do you think we should start as this first Metroid game? And chat, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm thinking on the pretty old school side, maybe Super Metroid.
Super Metroid. That's one I'm thinking. That or Zero Mission, which I have on Wii U. It's on Game Boy Advance, but I have that. I think it's between those two. At some point. I definitely want to figure that. And honestly, with Super Metroid, I have a confession to make. I've not completely beaten that game. It's also something I have not played it a lot, so I do want to kind of prep myself to be totally set for it. I mean, I beat Zero Mission, and I guess also find the 100% thing, because I don't know how to 100% all of those specifically, and it's also a case where... Okay, wait, what's going on there?
Graphical glitch.
No, but I was like, you're standing in just the right spot as far as it. At first I thought, wait, is like the game, he's like melting away or something. Yeah, so I was saying, hey, what's the 100% thing? He's like, we'll go 100%, but I'm going to have to get set for 100% for a bunch of these things. Okay. So, DarthLoctus is saying, I'd say either Super Metroid or Zero Mission. Okay, probably Super Metroid, I guess, because we talked that one enough. And also, Square had a strict 2-year development policy or development cycle limit when they were making games at the time. No way that what was planned was getting done in a time frame, so it's a miracle that it even shipped out. And I'm hearing Zero Mission as far as Gemini 96. Definitely good choices. I mean, I'm more familiar with Zero Mission as far as certain aspects, but it's also something that I am familiar with Super Metroid as far as how it is. You know, maybe what we could do is I could feasibly back-to-back Zero Mission and Super Metroid a little bit, to a certain extent, kind of go Metroiding up as far as that. And I just have to scope them, so like, hey, what's the length on Zero Mission specifically? And thank God I have that Wii U version of Zero Mission, because it's not on Switch Online yet. Hoping soon they get to that one. And I did download on Wii U, and it costs a lot of money. That game goes like over $100 now. I was like, I can't believe that happens. For that one, and also sort of Fusion, but at least Fusion's on Switch Online now. For it. So basically, for Zero Mission, we'll show the Wii U port I have. And Super Metroid, I'll probably do Switch Online just because of the controller reasoning for that, because then I can use the Super Nintendo controller for the purpose of it. Well, thank you. Fine, I'm learning a lot as far as what I'm hearing as far as the Xenogears thing, and then also ideas as other stuff, like games you're playing, because I said, this is going to be mostly an open mic night as far as how it is for what we've got, and just seeing, like, what is the stuff like... Okay, fine, you made it one way, at least. It's also worth pointing out, especially since Xenogears got second string newbie developments, because they team were working on Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, and Final Fantasy VII was in a case of being... Fine. Long development process as far as getting that game going across consoles, where I don't think Xenogears had that issue to itself, in the sense that it was started to be designed on one system and then moved to another one. Sometimes I guess it can be a question when that happens. Actually, one thing, can you quick turn on the fence, yes, or whatever it is? Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately, this is over solid ground, so I don't need to worry too much. I just don't want to go off the right side.
Sure.
And
oh, there you go. So that's 4. So I guess the 5th one's probably going to be over there.
I think the 5th one might be at the bottom of the slope that's at the beginning of the level.
You think?
However, I went through the door instead, which turned out not to be a secret area. It's how you go through the level, it seems.
Okay.
So...
Hold it and clean up later?
Maybe. I mean... It's either going to be that, or I get it done... or I go right back into the level.
Okay.
Now that I have a feel for this level, I wouldn't have any problem with that.
Yeah, fair enough that way. I love you made the jump and you could barely even see, there was like no viewability.
Like, the platform wasn't on screen at all.
I was just saying it wasn't, so it was like, yeah, you're walking on air. It was like, yeah, you saw it was there, and there you go, good jump.
I mean, I could tell from the pace that they were moving that I would land on it. That's actually one of my biggest strengths with video games.
Okay.
That I'm able to time things without needing to see them.
No, I get that. Yeah, going back to the Metro Dread aspect, even using a turbo controller, those last few fights are insane, and I gave myself a handicap because my controller has trouble with diagonal movement, and I guess in Metro Dread, the way it runs, having a lack of diagonal movement, that's also going to be kind of a problem in and of itself.
Okay, that slope at the beginning is 100% the path that leads to the red gem. I am
sense.
Absolutely certain about that.
That would make sense.
Oh, is that the backside or?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't think it mattered. I thought you could hit it anywhere. So yeah, I call me surprised. I didn't know you have to hit it at the front. Fine, it's a gong both sides, but I guess in that case, no, you not here. Not in Croc World, I guess. But there's another one of the Gobbos in your tote bag.
Yep. Well, I'm satisfied by that level now.
No, I get that for sure.
I think I will go back and try to get the gem that I missed and get the jewel door.
And then we'll go and fight Demi Itzy in his ice palace.
That was actually a very satisfying level to complete.
Okay.
Like, because of how challenging it was. But, like, it was challenging, but it felt fair.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's something to be said about that. Was like, hey, it's feeling fair even when it's really, really hard. Also, another fun fact in regards to Xenogears, so DarthLoctus has... we appreciate this input as far as this, and also, like, giving us this information this way, which is... What eventually became Xenogears was submitted by Takahashi and his wife as a proposal for Final Fantasy VII. Okay. And they were turned down because it was deemed too dark and complicated. Which I guess is interesting when we think about Final Fantasy VII. And fine, Medic said this with Parasite Eve, saying that... Actually, no, I said it with Parasite Eve, but it was something that I think he also had known or told me, which is that they built Parasite Eve off of aspects of Final Fantasy VII as far as its engine, but I think with ideas that they didn't have, which actually... Now, wait a minute, is that what it was? Like, they were thinking the idea of, like, what this was, and then they turned that into Parasite Eve? Which would be kind of an interesting twist around, because fine, Parasite Eve is dark and complicated, for sure, and it's a wonderful game. We played that for the show. That was a great time. That's another one I'd love to see the return of that franchise. I mean, I think there's a nod to it, I think, because Iabrea is in one of the mobile games of Final Fantasy that came out last year. I don't remember the name of which one it was. I'll have down here which one that was. But the case of, yeah, that franchise being dormant as far as trilogy. I know licensing is a reason on that one, but the case of, like, hey, return to something like that, because, yeah, that game's awesome. And I know you were in when we played it as far as the first part of it. Because that's a cool game. That's great. That was an awesome game. Like, and without Medics, I would never play that. I wouldn't have known about it. He said, this game is awesome. When we play it, like, it's fantastic.
Also, something that I've noticed.
What's that?
Croc has two different turnaround animations.
Right.
One is when he's standing, and the other is when he's running.
Right. It's like he's kind of just doing, like, okay, maybe it's not a third one, because it looks like he's backflipping there. Because, like, yeah, okay, fine. Now he was turning that way, but the other one didn't look like he was turning. Okay, fine. Maybe it's just because of the movement.
Yeah, he kind of flips all over the place when you're moving.
Well, he is a very nimble crocodile. That's the idea, I think, about Croc. And Parasite Eve was also the sequel to a movie novel of the same name, which is true. So they already knew what they're getting into with that. Yeah, good point. So fine, I guess with the Final Fantasy VII connection with some of the aspects, that was more, I guess, from the tech side of things. And fine. Parasite Eve, you can see that there's aspects of Final Fantasy VII's engine in that, no question, as far as the tech element. But fine, based on story, you're right. There is the book in the movie that was based on prior to. Alright, so you're saying here is where we... Oh, behind the box? Or boxes?
Okay, so this is also where that key gets used. So you go you go through the door at the very start, get the key, come back here, go through that door.
Sure.
And
fine, there's the red gem, you're right about that.
Called that one for sure.
Okay. So actually, there are probably more Gobbos, I would think, in that key room, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, there were only 2 on the main path, I think.
Right.
So it would make sense if there were more in this room.
Sure. I guess that in that way I kind of like the idea that, hey, we're kind of going through a bunch of these levels a couple times, because it means that, hey, you see it the first time, and then you're asking the question of what happens when you come back, what are the things you notice, and kind of in a way, living with a game like this, anything like this, or feasibly anything, and actually kind of gotten a good discussion that way as far as chat's concerned, the idea of DarthLoctus saying stuff as far as living with games like Xenogears and understanding aspects of that, stuff like Colony Wars and Armored Core. Like we're saying that with Metric Dread, saying, hey, I was kind of in a position of, I guess, adjusting the difficulty, and yeah, I was kind of distracted by that thing that's probably not a platform down there. Wait, it's not a platform, it's a platform, it's those things moving downwards.
Yeah.
That just caught my eye, like, wait a second, hold on.
There is also, like, a rock down there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I don't think you can land on it.
Right, I think you tried to land on, or you almost landed on one that was out of the way. It was like, fine, it's nothing there, just for the scenery.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just scenery. I'm not completely certain, but...
Yeah, if you don't want to take the chance, don't take the chance.
I'm not going to take the chance while I'm on this run of this level.
Sure.
But, since it's so close to the start of the level, I'll go back in after I complete this run, and see what happens.
Well, that or when you clean up, it's your choice.
Yeah, I mean, this is more just a curiosity thing.
Sure.
So yeah, since that one's definitely close enough to reach it, if it's reachable.
Right.
I mean, if it's actually some kind of platform down there, then, and since it's so close to the beginning of the stage with no amount of difficulty between the beginning of the stage and that rock, I see no reason not to try it right now.
No,
well, as soon as I'm done getting this.
Sure. I guess fine, because you do have to go back. Fine, you have to go back and get that thing as far as the key is. Fine, get the key and then go back to that area. See what's over there. Whoa.
Stomp to.
Yeah, keep your bearings about, which is smart.
Crap! I fell.
Okay, that's at least one way. You don't have to do that again. You have to come back. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna leave now.
I'm gonna break these to get their gems. But yeah, at least it respawns me here, I guess.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was like, yeah, you could have made that. Like, as long as I trade a life, I can just go back here. Like, yeah, it's safe this way.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a waste of a life.
That's true. But fine, at least you had 2, so like fine. At that point, you're like, fine, all right, there you go.
I started the stage with 3, so I had
you got
an extra.
Right, because you got more from the collection of the gems from other stages, I think.
Yeah. Alright, adjust the camera. Don't die.
We didn't die. Although it does remind me, like, when you hit that enemy there, I did look to say, like, is there a game that said eat tail? And the answer is yes. You clip right through the box. Fine.
Okay, so you could just clip through the box to get the Gobbo.
I guess so.
Or clip through the corners.
Well, that'll work. Talk about cutting corners, but in a way that's kind of designed by the game. Like, yeah, fine, okay. Croc can just yeah, he's not shrinking. He's just like, yeah, boxes mean nothing to me. I can just go in between. I would say, the eat tail thing, there's no other game that has
boxes
that.
Boxes are a suggestion.
Exactly, right.
Boxes are absolutely a suggestion.
I like that. So fine, I was eat tail last time, which there's no other game I found that has something like that. Now boxes are a suggestion. That would be like the name, if I was naming the parts of this game. It's like, fine, boxes are a suggestion.
Okay, this is one of... I do not like the looks of this. More like, I don't think it's going to kill me or anything, but this looks like it's going to be a jump on stuff as it comes out of the hole.
Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, it's one of these things. Or...
handling this is just not.
Okay, so first it looks like you're shooting out penguins, but I don't think you are. You're like, I don't know, killing them when they're over the holes? Is that the idea? Okay, well, there's a heart. There's a life. Whether there's something there or not, as far as Gobbos, I don't know.
Unless there's a Gobbo for killing all of the penguins.
Yeah.
I think it's just extra lives.
Okay, well,
there might be a Gobbo.
We'll figure when we clean up. We're fine. I can also look now, as it is, just so we'll have frame of reference. This was License to Chill, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's take a look. Just because I'm curious, like, I'll have this up just fine. We're going through the level. Let's see. You hit most of them to get the third Gobbo. Yeah, there's a Gobbo there, you're right. But you still got a life at least, so there's that. So then we'll come back, when you come back to that, then just hit more of them. Although it is weird, yeah, because I guess looking at that platform when you hit it, you have to go back and forth between it.
And since Croc has no turning radius and doesn't like to move side to side.
Right, well, the one way I guess that you feasibly could mitigate that a little is aim him each side to side and then just move up and down and then do the quick reverse button as you go to, I guess, walk across them. Because I think you can just walk across them. I think you were walking across one of them and it was pushing the button down on each of the ends, I think.
Yeah, it was finicky.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing.
Well, at least I have the red gem now, and 2 lives going through the rest of the stage, so...
Yeah, in good shape.
This should be fine, I think.
Yeah, since you've done this level already, it also means that, yeah, you know exactly what it's going to toss at you.
Yeah. This room was a pain. The rotating platforms.
Oh, right, yeah, okay. More because it's so close. That's the thing, is that, okay, fine, it's really, really close. You jump on the one, that's good, you got it, but then it's like, okay, fine, you're so close, and also because of camera, because fine. She's also disadvantaged the version she's playing in terms of camera, because on PlayStation, like, yeah, on PlayStation, you have full analog camera control.
That was bad.
But unfortunately, Saturn doesn't have 2 analog sticks to it, so you can't adjust the camera that way. Use the buttons. Actually, in that case, yeah, there's no Sega system that has dual analog control to it at all. Actually, yeah, there isn't. Because Dreamcast didn't have it either. Well, okay, fine. I was talking about this with you earlier today, because I'm getting ready for the Xbox Live Delicious Showcase we're doing in November, which, for some reason, I don't get why, I can't get my 360 online anymore where I am, but, like, where Nocturne and I meet up, it's a case of, fine, I'm able to get it as far as here, fine. But point is, I was saying to her, like, hey, I was telling about Virtual On, which they're not delisting as far as the Artario Tangram version, but there was that dual stick thing that was an accessory Saturn had for the purpose of playing that game. So fine, okay, in that case it ran dual stick, sort of. So fine, Virtual On is the only case of it on Saturn and the Dreamcast one that have that for like dual stick movements of Sega, of Sega consoles, I should say.
Here, it's just get through this room, and I think this is going to be the worst. Oh! I died in a really bad spot.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like there's a little bit of slowdown in this area.
There is, yeah, from what I'm seeing. And I don't know if that way. I don't know if it was that way in PlayStation chat, because I'm going to assume the people played this. Oh, fine. I know the people who said last time they played this. They played it on PlayStation. I know that for a fact. But I don't know if there was slowdown on PlayStation specifically. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense that this has and that one doesn't. We talked the 2D, 3D thing as far as Saturn before. But even cases where the 2D aspect kind of bucked that trend, because we had that with Mega Man X4, where it slows down on Saturn in places it doesn't on PlayStation. But it has extra effects as far as graphics that it didn't have on PlayStation as well.
And there's the last gem.
And there's your gem door.
Yeah, I'm going to get the extra life that's over there. This wasn't a difficult spot to...
Okay.
That, despite going through it without actually seeing the platforms.
Oh yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, you'll be fine, I guess.
But yeah, this is not actually a problem. I just need to get the camera to cooperate.
Mm-hmm.
There is a platform right there. I don't trust it because it's the small platform.
Sure. I mean, I guess it gives you a way to get back, but the question is like, fine, do you necessarily want to take that risk, or fine, go the easy way?
Yeah,
you can go the easy way.
I would rather ride the larger platforms and just have to make more jumps.
Yeah, for this game, I get that, especially when you understand what you're doing to this. Although then, going back to the difficult platforming case, fine, as far as 3D platforms, it's not something like, fine, I guess Bubsy 3D, where it's like, you can't really control the camera at all. At least this game gives you some camera control. And it's not like some other ones. I know Bugs Bunny Lost in Time and PlayStation does this, where oftentimes the camera just changes direction on its own for no reason. Or Chameleon Twist in Nintendo 64, that game does it. There's certain areas where your ability to control the camera is inconsistent, or some cases, in some rooms, you just can't control it for reasons that are weird. And there's things you have to see off-screen where they are, like, how do I get there? I mean, it makes it annoying, although even then there's stuff about that game that's kind of interesting in its way too. Alright, so here we are back in this... Oh, you again.
Oh, these...
Okay, now the game's definitely slowing down. I get why, because like, fine, look, 5 of these things in a row, or in a circle.
Okay.
Guarantee the Gobbos in the box. Like, here you go. Go and get it and, Oh, wait. The thought that was going to be, a pit.
Something like... Well, it's more I didn't jump in time to avoid falling into the hole. But, fortunately, I, landed on solid ground. There
you go, and you got what you needed, so... Yeah, so all you have to do is go back and get that other Gobbo later. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I guess it flashes when you've won the level before and you get extra Gobbos that you didn't have before. Okay.
Looks like it, or something to that effect. But yeah.
Alright, so...
Alright, boss time.
Alright, let's see what Demon
Or at least boss level time. The boss levels can be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing. Fine, the first one was hard when I was even doing my prep of looking at the version we were playing. But yeah, fine. In this case, we'll see how this is going to go. Okay, well, here is the cutscene as far as what it is. So fine. Baron Dante's here. He's like, yeah, he's getting the Yetis into, like, the Ice Yeti there.
Doesn't that kind of look like a Jinjo Yeti?
A little bit, yeah. I'll have the picture as far as that. Because wait, there is the White Jinjo and Banjo-Tooie, that is true, which came out a couple years after this. Well, fine, every Banjo game came after this.
That thing's head looks almost exactly like a Jinjo.
Okay, so yeah, audience, you decide when I edit this, is like right here as far as you're looking in the distance, seeing the dark area. On the left will be the Jinjo, on the right will be the Yeti here, whose name I've already forgotten as far as the level. But it's like, yeah, I would agree with that too, solely saw the visual reference. But isn't that always sometimes a fun thing? It's like, hey, it seems like it's just gonna look like this, and then it's like, fine, let's just put a picture of what this is. It makes the edits worth coming back to if you've seen the show already, because like, what weird shit are we gonna put in, and also what other things are gonna be uniquely added. sometimes just from a discussion of something. Fine. There was, of course, there's the edit I had that you wanted me to do for.
There's a catch.
And now you're able to make that jump. There's that edit you requested me for the Mega Man Legends finale, or Mega Man Legends 2 finale, of like the smash cut of every death I had going for the Class S license.
Yeah, that was fun.
I know, that was amazing as far as like being able to put that together. And fine, that's also going to be what happens with Super Mario Sunshine, because I'm going to do that at the end of the year. So fine, every death I have in that game is going to be the compilation as far as it, because yeah. Gemini 96 and Chasm 22 dictated, and I said, what should I do after Great Gaming Feats to do this? Like, okay, fine. I mean, I have 119 clips, or 116 clips of Super Mario Sunshine from the practice I've done over the past 4 months for that. So, who's to say how that's going to work? Although, watch, I don't know. Do I go through that entire game and not die once? I'm not gonna, I don't think so, but that would be some shit if that happens. Like, fine. After me saying that, and then it's like, what do I do for an edit show? I was like, I don't know. If that does happen for some crazy reason, I will put in, I guess, some of the best deaths, or some of the most hilarious deaths of things.
Yeah, like, I would imagine deathless runs probably exist of Super Mario Sunshine.
I just don't think I'm gonna do it. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it.
No, I'm just saying, I imagine they exist, but they're probably beyond absurdly hard.
Right, and of the most difficult 3D Mario game that there is. On top of that,
yeah.
at least I guess it's the hardest. Fine, because I was asking this around. I think the consensus of people I've talked to said, yeah, it is the hardest of the 3D ones.
Whoops.
Although I think there's cases where they're saying, hey, some of the challenges in, I think with Super Mario Galaxy 2 could be pretty difficult. Although as far as the overall game itself, I mean, fine, same with Mario Sunshine. It's really some of those challenges. I mean, Poison River. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll show Poison River. Don't worry, because they're going every shine of the game. I mean, I've done it once as far as it over the last 4 months, and yeah, I'm ready to do it again.
Getting a bit more confident with the platforming in this game.
Uh-huh.
I'm still not willing to just blast through the collapsing platforms where I need to adjust the camera.
Sure, I mean, but I think the idea is that sometimes you think like, you might have to, but I think you're realizing that, fine, for this game, that's the way to play this game successfully. Because I know sometimes like, hey, you know, adjusting to a game based on how its design is, and the question, should you have to or not, but for certain cases where, like this, it seems like it helps, and they're like, oh, you're successful just kind of like looking at it. Sometimes it's just be an intuitive thing, saying, oh yeah, just look at this game, I can make an understanding of how I want to handle that, and make it jump very well.
Yeah. I don't like the combination of having to adjust the camera and having collapsing platforms.
Right. I don't even know if Mario Sunshine is something like that.
I mean, when there's no real horizontal camera controls in this game.
Right. I mean, if I had if my PlayStation 1 copy was working, I'd put it into how's the right analog control for the camera work.
Yeah, I think that's becoming my single biggest issue with the game.
And with this version.
Well, with this version of the game.
Right.
I mean, I really, like, don't get me wrong, I'm really enjoying playing it. You can probably tell.
Sure. No, yeah, absolutely, I can.
But if I had to pick one thing that's kind of driving me nuts about this version of the game, not like completely insane or anything like that, but it's the relative lack of camera controls.
I would say if you play Bubsy 3D, you'd be begging for this game. Fine. It's all about perspectives, really, and then understanding, like, fine. Sometimes maybe it's as simple saying that, you know, yeah, how can you go for something like this? But sometimes the answer is simple as, hey, if you played Bubsy 3D as far as a camera perspective, if you played some of these other games, not that it necessarily means that, oh yeah, this makes it really good, but still a case of, okay, you feel like you can kind of adjust to this one, and yeah, at least thinking with it.
Narrowly avoided that.
Oh yeah.
The snowball that's popping
right.
up. I'll eat that hit.
Okay, I like how you just landed on that and, like, fine. He's being brought away.
And then he falls onto the button.
I was gonna say, at least that's interesting to see that, the fact that, hey, you know, even his death animation is like, fine, he's triggering part of the environment. So it shows the idea that, hey, instead of him dying in place, it's like, fine, it's like, hey, that's how they're running the hitbox of the enemy. Yeah, you're right. The thing with the head, you're right. As far as how it's kind of got the pointed beak.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna run past that guy.
Yeah, enjoy the background and the atmosphere of this area. I like that in particular, the atmosphere. Yeah, fine. There's the moon again, like the crescent moon up on the side.
Well, okay, that was sloppy, but it worked.
No, it's fine. I get that.
I mean, sloppy is fine if it works,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right. But also, in some cases, based upon that, like, you can make something like that look like, oh yeah, I totally intended to do that, even though you're like, no, I didn't. But I get that, for sure. Fine, there were so many aspects of that with Super Mario Sunshine, same deal. Even as far as the extra show I'm gonna have in November with, like, the controller show-off, the weird controller show-off of that game, and all the clips I took from practice over the last 4 months. There are multiple cases of, wait, what just happened? Like, thank God I get the record thing on the Switch, so, like, holding in that capture button on the Joy-Cons. Wait, have those on the side and have the Wavebird controller, so, like, hey, I'm playing now. I was like, okay, weird stuff, and then, like, my coworkers just looking at me, like, you have to reach over and hit those now. But there's one case I had them attached to the console. Like, wait, they're attached to the console. I gotta run over and get them quick so I can record what I just saw. Or what we just saw.
Okay. Got here in... So far, I have not died.
There you go.
I've gotten hit a couple times, but I have not died yet.
I mean, honestly, maybe it's just me. It seems like maybe it's just the case that you're getting so used to this game, making it look easier than it is. That area back there seemed easier than the parts of the first world.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if that's me or not.
No, it's not you.
Okay.
That was, in fact, a much easier section than the rotating platforms of the area 1 boss.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah, you're right. That's right. I think.
or I mean, I'm just like, is it area or?
Oh, zone. Fine. It's mountain zone. That's what they call it. This is Arctic zone. It's like, what's the naming terminology to this? And the manual doesn't say specifically that, but that's how they're indicated. Alright, that was flawless.
I do not know how I did that.
That's great. That would be whenever we do another gaming feats case. Like, there you go. That's making that look like nothing. Great job.
I hope I don't need to repeat that. Like, that stunt.
Unless you repeat, well, maybe you will repeat that stunt in that case, doing it again.
I mean, if save states were a thing on Sega Saturn, on unmodified hardware, I would be putting a save state right here.
Sure. No, I get that.
Yeah, I would definitely be making a save state right here, with the doors open right in front of me.
And the doors wobbling like crazy, so it's like, yeah, they're like, yeah, we're scared about what's in here. But I don't think you are, so, yeah, when we're ready to walk through the door. You just mosey through the door, like, yeah, I just did that. Like, hey, boss man, I'm ready to fight you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here is the boss. I guess we'll see what to do here. I like the music here. I love the atmosphere. I love the idea of like being on the ice. It looks like, yeah, you're having a nice ice dance. It was like, yeah, fine. He's going down.
I'm not sure what his pattern is supposed to be, and since there's no camera controls, I can't keep the camera on him while I'm running around.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, you're splitting him into pieces.
Actually, that would make sense. He started as a trio of creatures.
Right, yeah, good point. Good catch.
Yay, iframes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what's happening.
The problem is, I can't actually see what these guys are doing.
Yeah, and also getting an opening as well. Fine, they're rolling towards you, but it's like, yeah, where's the moment we're stopping? Like, it's sort of stopping, they're kind of still going. Like, that was a nice, that was a nice skate through, all of them.
Wait, did I kill one?
I don't know.
I know
Maybe.
I heard a sound effect. And I think
maybe
there's
did.
only one. I think there's only one rolling after me.
Yeah, I think you did. I think you got him. Okay, so fine. When they're rolling, you just go around and hit them.
Okay, this is bad. I lost my gems.
Almost.
And now I have to do this without gems.
Okay.
Damn it.
Got one of them.
I think.
No, you did. I heard the ding sound.
There we go. them to start clipping into my field of view.
Oh! That was so close.
Okay, I'm gonna need to go through that stupid hallway again.
Well, yeah, if I can do it again the way it was. So, alright, fine. Then the strategy did show for Demon Itzy, so that's who it is. Basically wait till he gets stumbled, hit him in the back, and then do it again when he splits, and then just hit the other guys when they're spinning.
Okay, there's actually 4 of these guys.
4.
Okay, now it makes more.
Perfect.
Now it makes even more sense.
Okay. That was close, though. That was really well handled. Even though it's like you just missed it, like, yeah, it was so close.
Like, I pushed the button right as it made contact.
Right.
Which is kind of the worst feeling.
Uh-huh. Because it was like you almost had it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have had it if I'd been like even 1 or 2 frames earlier on the button press.
Right, I would agree with that.
Not that I really do things like counting frames, but...
Fine, but fine. Look, especially looking at something like this, it's something you kind of will then recognize it.
Uh-huh.
Because sometimes then that goes to the idea of like understanding a game like this down to, I guess, the most precise aspect of it. And I guess the question of, hey, is this something that's known for this game or not? I think maybe it is for this one, but then again, I don't know. Maybe it isn't. I mean, I didn't know that as far as this. So in that case, we have that on record too.
At least there's generally nothing to find on these boss levels outside of just regular gems.
Sure.
Which, I mean, you're probably not going to have any of them left by the time you're done with the boss anyway.
Mm-hmm. Or you'll have enough at least that you're able to at least get a couple in the bag, at least nothing else. Yeah, probably best to have a full set of lives. And using that infinite continue, that's definitely a good case of itself.
Yep. I mean, sorry. I actually think this is a neat boss. I just wish I could keep the camera focused on him.
Sure. I mean, as I said, I don't even know to what degree PlayStation... Fine, it has the thing with the right analog control, I know that, but I guess the question of, can you actually keep the camera focused as you go along with that boss? Because I don't know necessarily if that's the case. And honestly, even thinking of a lot of platformers at the time like this, I mean, Mario 64 is not that boss-heavy, exactly, as an example. But even then, it's fine. You can sort of keep the eye, but you're basically changing it also with buttons as far as how it's turning at specific intervals.
Yeah. Well, at least in Mario 64, you can adjust the camera horizontally.
That's true, yeah. Basically by pulling it out. Well, pulling it out more. In this case, you basically kind of bird's eye it a little bit.
Well, here the only way to adjust the camera horizontally is to quote-unquote turn, but your turning is still horizontal movement because you're still technically moving forward.
Right. Which goes to the idea of what people say this is a tank control method, that is what it is, the idea that the same way Tomb Raider is, the same way Resident Evil is. So, yeah, that makes sense that way, too.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess, would you say Mega Man Legends is like that? I don't know if I would say that's like a...
You have full camera control or you have full or almost full camera control in Legends.
Okay. Now, as far as the movement, I should say, is it like on a tank method as far as how that movement works? I mean, I don't know if I would say it necessarily is.
You can actually turn in place.
Without moving, that's a good point.
Yeah. Like, I would say Legends 1 at the very least, Legends 1 is just a very early, but it's just a very primitive like very primitive, but still full camera control.
Right. I was thinking more, I guess, just sort of the movement, because, okay,
Yeah, camera and, like, movement as well.
Well, I mean, I guess it is like Resident Evil in the sense that, fine, like with Resident Evil, you can kind of stand still and turn, but I know what you're saying. It's definitely, I mean, it's not the same way it plays. It's definitely a distinction on how that first one in particular controls. And here we go, we're at a good case of this.
Going into the boss with 2 lives and a bunch of gems, not that anything above 5 matters.
Uh-huh.
Oh wait, no, that's right, we have this stupid room.
Right, well let's see, as far as you have the idea as far as what you gotta do. So let's see how that goes.
I have no idea how I wasn't actually hit by a single snowball.
Well, there you go, I'm glad that happened.
Okay.
Okay, so I think I can answer that question. Good job doing it a second time. I get the sense, honestly, I think the draw distance kind of is helping here because it takes some time before the snowballs are coming out of the water. So I guess by the time you're moving, and since you're not hitting the enemies, you're hitting them or tail swiping them, they just were jumping out. And by that time, you had full opportunity to get going, and they would never hit you. So there you go. You did it. You did it twice in a row. I was like, I hope I don't have to do that again. Well, you did do it again. And just as well.
I still don't like that. I still don't like that whole like.
No, I get that. But good job doing it twice.
Yeah, even though it's more difficult, I prefer the first part of this level.
Sure. And now it's time to take him down. Like I think you can do this. I know you can do this.
Oh, I know I can. I just don't like I said. Biggest gripe about this game, basically no camera controls. Aside from looking straight out, partially down, and mostly down.
One thing I do like about this battle, I'll say this, is that on the ice, the fact that the sky, including the moon, reflecting onto it, that's a great effect. There you go. Woo!
That's, not quite fine. Got one of them early. There we go. Okay.
Oh, you get him? Okay, it didn't look like you got him. It's like, great job. Okay, yeah, because I saw that. I was like, wait, I was going to say something. It's like, well, I was like, yeah, just don't take your eyes off the prize, but alright, fine. There you go. Now they're back to normal. Good job.
Phew.
And with no damage aspect. Good job.
Yeah, well, only because I couldn't take a hit without any gems.
Yeah, but either way, you did it. Good job.
I think that's how I beat the first major boss as well.
I think so, yeah. Great job. Oh, you're probably going to want to save after that, I'm going to assume?
Absolutely.
Okay. Great job. Fantastic.
Well, I did it.
Absolutely. Good job. As we're into Desert Zone, Lights Camel Action. Because I think that's what they call this place as far as the world. Yes, we do. It's Desert Zone.
I feel a bit accomplished after that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I agree with that. It's great to see that. Sometimes it's an exciting thing, just sitting back and looking and then saying like, you're on bated breath, saying like, can you do it?
Yeah.
Even especially when you're playing, it's like, come on, and then you do it.
Like, the boss itself wouldn't have even been all that hard if I could keep the camera focused on him. I would argue that the lack of camera control, except for vertical adjustments, is a bit of fake difficulty.
Joe, no, I would get that. That makes sense.
Yeah, sure, there's no second joystick on the Saturn. It's not really fixable on the Saturn without having it automatically focus on the boss.
Right.
Or at least whichever part of the boss is closest to you.
Sure, although that would also might be a potential concern too, because hey, if there's multiple, especially with that boss, because there's multiple things to focus on, will the camera remember to focus on the right thing?
Yeah. I don't think that there's a good solution for Saturn on that front, but, yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that's really holding this game back for me at all.
I'm curious also about this, which is what does Croc 2... Fine, I know it's only on PlayStation, but what does Croc 2 do as far as camera for, like, changing stuff like that? I'm not sure what it does. Actually, I asked Edwack this when we did the Pokemon part last month, because he hadn't played in a while, so he hadn't remembered specifically what is it doing on that degree. But yeah, we're going into the desert now.
Okay, let's get a look around this room before diving in.
Alright, well, nice attention to detail here, being able to see his footprints in the sand.
Yeah. It seems to be connected to it seems to be at least partly connected to distance, it is just a timer on the footprints.
Okay. Which I guess would be how they'd have to do this as far as a game like this. But I do like sometimes when you get those little details in a game of this era, especially because at that point I remember for my case, I didn't really see many games that were doing stuff like that. In fact, it was like when Sonic Adventure came out on Dreamcast, they saw like, hey, when you're in Emerald Coast and you're walking across, it's like Big the Cat's like shoe prints. Like, oh my god, this is what I was noticing. Yeah, that's next generation gaming right there as far as some of the tech on it. But hey, Croc was doing it as well on Saturn a couple years prior.
Okay, so key there. I bet key is through that door.
Right.
I'm gonna wait for that guy to get back onto this platform. And then ambush.
I tell you, I love the music here, just what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm a sucker for like that El Mariachi, sax or jazz saxophone horn sound, but it sounds so good.
Yeah, the trumpet.
Yeah, the trumpet as well too. Yeah, I mean it's just, and like the piano, it just sounds so nice. Even after just hearing it for like a minute or so.
I thought I was hitting this. I didn't realize I was on the A button and making the timer go down fast.
Actually, wait a minute, because remember we asked last month, why is it when you hit one of the buttons that it went back to the title screen instead? Do you think that's what happened? You're basically hitting that.
That's possible.
So basically, hold on, did you press it or were you holding A? Do you remember?
Press.
Okay.
Like I was trying to.
It seemed like it went down really fast down to 2.
I was
hitting
mashing.
multiple times. Okay, so it's so it's arcade style in the sense of like you play in arcade games, like they give you the continuous screen, put in more coins, but you keep hitting a button, it basically just rapidly goes down to 0. So this game does the same thing.
I like the design of the boxes here.
Yeah, they look nice. As far as, I guess, the fact they almost look like prize boxes, and also the nice use of the pink and the periwinkle, I guess, as far as like the variants of blue.
I think it's supposed to be implying like rubies and sapphires, or
yeah, I can see
or
that.
maybe, or basically some sort of precious or semi-precious stone.
Right, you go out on a treasure hunt and find it. Yeah, small thing, but you're like, yeah, they don't necessarily have to do that. A lot of cases of a game, it's like, fine, just use the same boxes you used anywhere. Like, fine, like a wood box, like, fine, it'll be the same no matter what you're doing.
Well, I accidentally walked off the platform.
Yeah, it is nice to see that, hey, they're making this change in every level, so it looks like, yeah, you talked about when we played Sonic Mania the first time, the idea of organic design of level and of objects, saying, hey, they belong, it seems like they belong in where they are, and the thought that they think, hey, they were, the people who made the game and, like, level designers and things like that, made a conscious decision saying, hey, let's put this here because this is going to feasibly add something to this atmosphere, make it feel like, yeah, this is very organic in its way. So, yeah, nice call to that.
That was a little tense.
I was gonna say, that is a pretty far jump they were asking. I mean, it's one you could make, but it's also one that, yeah, you better be on your A game to make it. Alright, in this case, I guess you have, like, mud pits, tar pits. Probably gonna hurt if you fall in.
Yeah, that is definitely not stuff I want to fall into. Like, with the way it's bubbling and stuff.
I mean, I guess what would that be as far as it? Would it be like a tar pit then? I guess, right, it would be because it would be insanely hot.
It might be a boiling mud pit or something.
That's true.
I could see that being a thing.
Yeah, especially for the case of being in the desert like this.
I mean, yeah, like, it could be an almost dried up oasis or something that's just kind of boiling in the in the sun or something. I mean, not that that makes sense from real world. Not that that makes a whole lot of real world sense, but in a video game setting.
Well, I mean, but even then, I'm thinking like, well, yeah, fine, it's like a hot area for that, for it, so sorta. Fine, it's corrosive, whatever it is. And they say, fine, we're gonna put a collapsing platform as far as your first thing, and fine, you grabbed it and then let go. It's like, fine, the game let it go for you. It's like, yeah, you were on the edge of that. It was like, fine, the game is saying, no, it's not that way.
But yeah, see.
But, yeah, okay. No, that's good as far as it, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, hit the A button to scroll down. So basically, I think what happened in the last month was I guess you hit it enough that it went to 0.
I think that's probable.
I guess, but I'll look back at the edit one more time on that. I don't remember it, like, showing 0 right away when you kept hitting, if that was what happened.
Whatever the case, yeah, new zone to explore.
Alright. Yeah, what's your take on desert levels in games, as far as in general, or what you're thinking about what you see on this, along with what you said about the boxes?
I mean, as far as actual gameplay is concerned, I'm kind of expecting, some areas to maybe slow movement. Okay. With, like, loose sand or something.
Right, okay.
I mean, they have ice physics in the ice area. It wouldn't be unreasonable for them to include sand physics in the desert area.
Right. Fine, this is, I guess, more summer appropriate than we were before. Like, we want, I guess, to be cold again if it's getting hot out there where you are out there. But, like, fine, now, like, fine, we're going back into the hot areas as far as the desert. I mean, I always sometimes find the idea of, like, deserts in games, the idea of, like, hey, you know, archetypes of levels, level styles in games like this especially. But I guess sometimes they do, like, how do they differentiate that to kind of make them stand out? Stuff like, well, the Mario games, like, Desert Land is the one in Super Mario Bros. 3, which is the second world. Stuff like Xenogears for Sonic and Knuckles. I think there's like a sand area in some of the Rayman games, Legends, Rayman Legends in particular, I believe. Oh! You saw that, right? It looked like you kind of went upwards again as you were falling, like right before you fell down. Yeah, so this game's not screwing around as far as that.
I accidentally hit the turnaround button.
Okay, I thought that's what happened, but I was also saying, wait, it's one of those cases where, fine, Croc, it's not like Croc didn't want to do what you told him to. Fine, okay, it's not like, speaking of a game that's kind of a, well, fine, not a desert, well, fine, it's not a sandy beach to start. Are you familiar with, well, Let's Do the Unlikely for the Super Nintendo?
Never heard of it.
Okay, it was developed by the people who made NFL 2K. It's Visual Concepts who made this, shockingly. It's a platforming game that this nerdy kid who reads comic books, he falls asleep on a ship dock. He's carried onto a ship. It's shanghaied by pirates. He has to swim to the shore. And it plays like Prince of Persia in the sense it's like rotoscoped animations like that, or Out of This World, or Flashback, or something like that. But the idea is that some cases, he's so nerdy and nervous, like when you walk towards something, he'll like, no! And he won't move, and like he'll go the opposite direction when like a turtle's coming by his way. And it's like, he'll just run away. He's like, why is he running away? He's like, I didn't do that. The game just said like, fine, it takes control out of your hands to like have him run away. So it's very strange, and it's supposed to be one of the worst games on the Super Nintendo from what I've understood. And I guess a shocking one going back to the idea of companies that are known for quality making a game that's in their early lives that are not very good. It's like, fine, it's Visual Concepts, the people who made NFL 2K, which is amongst the best football games around, or the NBA 2K games, or, well, fine, they also made Clay Fighter on the Super Nintendo, I forgot, Visual Concepts designed that as well. But fine, people at least look back on Clay Fighter with a little bit of a, what was it? A kind of a fondness, sort of, kind of, even like, hey, it's kind of weird how that game's aged as far as gameplay in particular. But fine, like, less than likely, like, yeah,
also,
no.
yay, a stable platform.
Thank gosh. I know, like,
it's a miracle.
I know, look at that.
Also key, but that's not important. The important thing is stable platform.
Right.
Not key.
Unless you want to go back, I guess the thing is that you have to go back the other way as far as getting what's in the keyholes to start.
Yeah, details. The important thing is key. Or, I mean, the important thing is stable platform.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
I like the idea also of this, which is that, fine, I was going to say, because I saw when you're making those platform jumps, the enemies also are leaving the footprints in the sand, which is unique too, because, actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if I can think of games where fine, it goes to the player character, yes, but also to the enemy characters too, which is a neat thing to see. Okay, you jumped on midair. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
That was cool.
I'm not completely sure how that worked.
I'm glad it worked.
Did.
I'm glad it worked, and glad we'll get to see this. There you go.
Yay, another stable platform.
And then whatever's in that box.
Best guess, Gobbos.
Actually, wait, in that case, then you have to get the key in order to even make progress in the level. Actually, have we had a level like that yet, where you've had to get the key in order to actually get through the level?
I don't know, but there is definitely a key required to get through this level.
Okay. Well, fine. If we haven't seen one yet, we haven't seen one tonight, if nothing else. But alright, fine.
Yeah.
So in that case, yeah, you do have to make this jump back.
Well,
fine. He died and you died. Although, actually... Oh, yeah, alright. First, I was going to say, if you died here, would it put you up at the top
No, that
again?
was my last life.
No, but if you had died,
it would
you
start me at the door that I entered the room at.
Oh, right, okay.
But yeah, that was my last life anyway, so I'm not really all that mad.
Sure, no, I get that.
Or, you know, quote-unquote mad.
Well, also, to be fair, these levels aren't that long, which I guess, that kind of helps, I guess, too, when you think about it. Which is that, fine, there are a couple areas you have to go through, but it's not a case where you go through, spend like half an hour, and then it's like, fine, then you get a game over on something like that. So, I mean, there's something to be said about that, is that, fine, okay, questions on design, questions on camera, yes, for sure, but then also, I guess, the idea of saying, well, at least there's a bit of a mercy there of saying, hey, you know what, they're kind of short.
I couldn't get him turned around. You know what? I'm gonna treat this as a boss level for the purpose of getting back up to the level, to the ledge that I start on.
Sure, fair enough. I get you completely.
Or actually, I mean, for the purposes of reaching the room where I find the key and that the key, the red gem, and the gobbo.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'll probably make things a little better, because then there's a better chance that I'll have at least one spare life for going through the rest of the stage.
Right, which I guess, especially because we're not sure what this is. Oh, it's also worth pointing out, like, I don't know if I've made this clear myself, but fine, I don't know where she's going either. I'm kind of also keeping myself in the dark on this one, not because, like, hey, you know, for a reason of saying, hey, I want to keep the illusion going that way as far as, like, being surprised myself, but also because it's like, fine, you know what, she's the one handling this, I'll let it play myself, and also because I've finally been practicing other stuff. Oh, actually, fine, as I mentioned also when we get to schedule, it's this we're doing next week and Metal Gear Solid 2 from last week for the next couple weeks, but fine, we're alternating off mostly, so that's where the variety's going to come, and then more as far as the stuff with summer, because I think I have an idea as far as what the rest of the summer's going to look like. And it does include some stuff for viewer requests, because there's a question of, I always come up with this question, which is, I know I said a viewer request a month, and we do that, but then also the idea is, like, what is the viewer request for the month? If in their case, like, fine, we'll continue something, it's like, wait, I don't have one. So I have to think about that, and then also adjusting schedule on certain things, but yeah, we're all set to that. And then also me getting a sense of saying, okay, stuff I gotta practice for, which... Yeah, there's a couple stuff to that, and then also there's stuff we got coming later in the year, as is. We'll get to that later, though.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
And then I jumped on the way back.
Okay, because when he landed on that, before you did that, I noticed that when he landed on that, I know you killed the enemy, but I saw him like, okay, fine, he's just doing that. He's like moving his head around. At first I thought, like, was he dazed? Is this like Mortal Kombat or something? It was like, you know, he's gonna die now. I was like, no, that's not right. Ooh. Nice save.
That works.
Oh, yeah.
That absolutely works. I don't like it that I have no spare lives, though.
Alright, so yeah, what's behind the key door? Alright, a key cage.
Which is going to require a silver key. Okay.
Okay, there's the key right there, but
Yep.
the way these are going...
Okay, that middle platform is simply floating. It's not being held up. It's not being shot up by a mud geyser. This isn't gonna be too bad, I think.
Okay.
Oh. I say as I completely miss the platform.
No, but I get that. I also like how you're showing the idle animation of Croc there. Is like putting his hands out. It's like, wait, what's this? But, yeah, that was just something I was kind of noticing. Although, actually, wait a minute. I'll see this eventually. If that's... I don't know if this is a game that has... idle animation specific to areas. Like, say, Rystar does.
I did see Croc shiver in the ice area.
Okay, then it is. Alright, then thank you for confirming that. Good. I'm glad you noticed that, because... Fine, it is like, other games that have specific idle animations for their environments. Which I know would be then this. Rystar for the Sega Genesis. Also, I know Deep Duck Trouble starring Donald Duck for the Game Gear does that as well. Where you go into certain areas, it's the same deal. Like when you're in the icy area, he'll start shuddering and being called. In like the savannah area, he's like sweating. And then same with Rystar, which is, as I mentioned, we played that, is the case where, fine, that's used for gameplay purpose, and same way with Aladdin, speaking of like the desert motif as well. They use the fact your idle animation as a gameplay element.
Alright, that room isn't so bad anymore. It's the route back.
Right. But it's also that case that, hey, you know, you finally get what's happening with it, so that means that you're able to get that happening.
I've got 2 lives going into the next room for the second time ever.
Well, perfect. Awesome.
Not an unstable platform, so I can wait here. It looks like the balloon that's above me. You can just see the end of the string.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It looks like I would bet that balloon takes me back to the cage. I'm not gonna test it because I don't want to have to go through those platforms again. Not that they were difficult, but I just don't want to bother with them if I don't need to. And for this, I think the safest bet is to get to the land on the other side and then approach the grate.
See, this is one of those cases where having that bird's eye camera does help. So, like, hey, I can look downwards that way. Okay, that's fine. It shifts upwards then when you jump, so fine. I guess that doesn't completely help out.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great about that.
Right. I mean, you do have you're fine. You have your extra life, so fine. You can just go in the cage. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, now I'm not gonna find out where the balloon takes me, but that's fine.
Oh wait, the balloon doesn't come back?
Well, no, because I won't need to test it. I won't need to take the balloon back. I won't need to see if the balloon takes me back to the cage, because since I died...
Oh yeah, you're right.
I was back at the cage anyway.
Yeah, good point. So fine, it was either balloon or death. Your choice as far as how you want to get back there. It does seem like it's a tight jump, though, to make. And also because, yeah, it's fine, there's a...
What? That didn't seem right.
No, what I'm saying is that, yeah, because it's like a slope.
The gameplay there with on that last life.
Well, I'm saying also is that, fine, that seems like a tough jump to make, because it seems like the slope is going to slide down, like it was on the island over there.
It is a hard jump.
Okay.
Well, but, as far as jumps to a mostly stable platform go, I would say that it's a more difficult jump.
Sure, no, I get that.
It's a little hard to judge the distance on that.
Yeah.
At the very least. this room yet again.
Yeah, although at this point, I think you kind of have it down, so fine. At least it's better than the other case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have it down perfectly yet, but it's functional. Ah, whoops. Well, I guess I don't have it perfect yet, but but I at least have it to a functional point for gameplay.
Sure, no, I get it.
Okay, landed on the key, that's good.
Okay, hold on. Did you also kind of grab on the top of that and die into the wall, I guess? Because it looked like from the... Because the way you hit that thing was so...
I'm not completely sure what happened.
We'll have a picture when I edit, because I want to look at that again, because that was interesting. Because you saw what was going on. There's that you fall off the side that way, but there's also something, as you were falling, it almost looks like you're kind of grabbing onto it like the meshing underneath. Because it is one of those things you can normally do that with, but... There's no way to get up there based on how it is, but I guess because of how the animations are working, it's showing that.
I imagine because it's a grating.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, I was done with that jump.
Yeah, we're saying because it was a grating.
Because it was a grating, it probably still treats the underside normally as a grating.
Sure. And you hit it just specifically enough so that you're able to see him grabbing onto it very briefly in a way that you normally would not be able to ever make.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's a normal grating. It's just, it's too high to normally reach from below.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But that's why I say we'll go into the guts of gaming on this, especially when you go through something like this enough and see like the platform that way as much as we've seen it already. In this level, but also everywhere else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good thing those come back, otherwise, like, fine, yeah, you're gonna have to go in the abyss.
That was... that was a little sketchy.
Mm-hmm.
I love tail whipping those guys as I'm running.
Yeah. Those are good catharsis as well.
I'm just getting myself farther in on the platform.
Yeah, because it seems like sometimes you're right as far as like the judgment of the platform. Sometimes, like, yeah, you can jump far enough and almost beat the edge on one direction or another.
However, if you're trying to turn the camera, you can still fall off because you're still technically moving. You're not just turning.
Right.
That's why I get kind of when I'm really close. When I'm really close to the edge of a platform. Because I can't adjust the camera very easily without risking falling off.
Sure.
But I mean, is this like this is still a very fun game. I would say that it's probably more for people who are willing to put up with some of the BS that really old school games can come with.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game, maybe it's just me, but I get the sense that I think people kind of are. I'm fine, you are in the sense. It's like, fine, I feel like I want to keep going through and also are seeing enough results. Speaking.
I missed that jump just barely.
Mm-hmm. But enough to say, like, fine, I'll keep going with this, and then feel really good when you get to a point of getting through.
Yeah. But, like, having played a number of games from this time period, this is a pretty normal thing. While I definitely appreciate the comforts of modern gaming, this level, maybe not the specifics of how Croc handles with his crappy turn radius and stuff, but but like the overall quality of the gameplay, it feels familiar.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm definitely happy to play this game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so fine. You don't slide off on that edge. Well, I thought you did. So that was also the case. Like thing, like yeah, can you do that? But all right, there you go.
Okay, I managed to get one of them. Well,
You're not even gonna get the gobbo.
oh, right. Oops.
I was like,
Somehow I thought that I picked him up.
Okay. Ooh, nice. Oh, hey, well, fine. We found what the balloon did eventually. It's like, okay, there you go. So, yeah, it does bring you back.
Yep. I didn't want to do that, but we found out. We found out. Unintentionally. But we found out. Okay, so I can actually make the jump to the land, to the solid land.
Well, that's good, and please, there be gems in here. Well... I don't know, is there maybe if you bounce off of that, or pound that thing, maybe there's gems right above. I don't know, I'm just thinking like, hey, you probably want gems getting over this.
I'm just trying to line up the camera.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so that's weird.
Okay. I have to say that despite the difficulty I'm having with this level, I'm actually really enjoying it.
Well, I guess you also were driven to do it, right? Is that it too?
Also, like, it's difficult, but like, you still get the sense of making progress because, like, it doesn't take too many tries to make it to the next little bit of course. Like,
Sure.
basically, you always feel like it doesn't take too long to get a little bit farther than you did, say, a few minutes ago.
So in that case, at least it gives you a sense that you're making forward movement a little bit.
Yeah.
Even in cases where you have to kind of go through a bunch of things, which, I mean, there's something to be said about that compared to maybe some other games. You feel like you do so much, and it's like, yeah, I can't get further. Where you get at least further in one way, and there's like, fine, I know how to do this, so fine. I was also wondering if maybe that's how. Fine, thinking about old school game mentality, maybe that's the idea. As again, that weird thing as far as not hitting the side of that and grabbing it.
Looked like he was trying to grab.
Right. But that idea of, I guess, maybe almost that you kind of find some of these things in increments as far as where you make progress in the game.
Okay, that was a failed button press. But yeah, like a well-designed, difficult game will still let you feel like you're getting better.
Right, and I guess you feel you are with this one, is that right?
Yeah.
I guess what are other games like this or fine that you can think that you have that kind of, feel with, or like, fine, even if I'm in a struggle case, I feel like, fine, I'm getting somewhere and I want to keep going. And also cases where if you remember any, saying like, it doesn't do that, and like, I can't go as much as I try.
Yeah, like, actually, back in my early days with Mario 3, which, I mean, I haven't done yet for the show, but
right.
You've seen me play that game.
Sure, but I guess when you first played it is what you're saying?
Yeah, early on, when, like, during the earlier parts of childhood, say, up through elementary school. It was always fun to see how far I could get in the game.
Sure.
At that, it wasn't actually until sometime in, like, late middle school or maybe even high school that I was finally able to reach the credits.
Sure.
But every time, whenever I went to play the game, I would always try to play it to the best of my ability.
Right.
And there were, every so often, I'd make it to a level that I had never made it to before.
Sure, I mean, there's something to be said about that, the idea that you feel like you're able to see it enough, and it's something that's fun enough to reward the struggles you go through. Because, I mean, fine, I guess, I first brought this up when it came to Metroid Dread, the idea that it's fine the way that game goes on even its normal difficulty, I guess. Specifically is that, fine, it gets so insanely hard later on, it's like, fine, if I play this again, I gotta go on an easier difficulty, I can't take this anymore specifically for something like that.
Yep. That was a failed jump.
But I like that idea. I guess they're kind of going into, like, the thoughts as far as something like that. Fine, actually, I'll tell you a game that did that as far as stuff I played for the show, and a case of a game that's really hard. I'll fail this way, or feel this way as far as it. Contra Hardcore, when I played that. Okay, I think it's only something about the way the hitbox on the platform is that's the reason why the grab doesn't work, which is weird, and hopefully the HD version fix that, please. But Contra Hardcore, I practiced that, I told you, for 15 months before we did it, but it's also something that, even by the time we did the show and there's parts I was having trouble with, I was okay with it, because actually as I was playing, it seems like every so often, as I kept going, I learned something different about this. I was able to learn something about, like, a boss pattern, or something like, wait, how should I do something with the way I play it? How do I handle a level with a certain character I play? Something to do. Even stuff I found out when we were playing it, that I didn't know in all the months I was practicing.
I kept over-adjusting and catching myself at the last minute, but the adjustment to counteract the over-adjustment turned into an over-adjustment.
Right, so it's a vicious cycle. But that's what I said, that's going back to the Contra Hardcore thing. That was the same case. It gets that I mean, I've shown you that game, I know that, but have you played it? Did I ever have you play it?
I've seen you play it, but I've never played it myself.
I was going to say, because that's a game that, it is really, really hard, but it's also something that, as I played, I was able to understand some of the machinations of that. I kept wanting to play ahead, and even when it was insanely difficult, I said, you know what, I want to keep going. Not just because I was asked for a show to do it, but also just because I went into it. It's one of those things I think back so fondly as far as that play of that game. It's like, man, Life vs. Right, that game is awesome, and in that way, it is one of those things that even as it's seen as one of, if not the hardest games in that franchise that already is known for being difficult, it's something that it really kind of, it was a great case of that difficulty. It was like, fine, I felt rewarded when I was able to go through all 6 endings of that game. As far as how it was, like, I just felt good. It was like, that was really great. It was like getting hair on your chest or something like that for a game like that. And fine, I talked about hardest games. Fine, that's sort of a platformer. Fine, it's a shooting game, but it's also a platforming and shooting game. So that would be a case of accounting, but also being a case where it kind of feels like it was very well earned that way. Or even, fine, actually a lot of the Konami stuff of that era, stuff like that. A lot of the Castlevania games were like that too. So I guess that's also something that, and that can be interesting kind of psychology you have as a gamer. The thought of, where's this going to go for you, and also where's it going to go as far as the difficulty when you're saying where you can have that sense I'm making a forward momentum and feeling good about it and want to keep going even when I'm losing constantly at something, whatever the game might be. And a case where you say, I can't do this, and it's like, I gotta put it down in frustration. Yeah,
now, to a point, there's also a high degree of, like, there's a high, like, the mindset you go into a game with, regardless of what the game is, also plays a major role.
Mindset in what's specific for this?
Like, basically staying positive, going like, I'm gonna make some progress.
Oh, okay.
And not getting discouraged by messing up a few times while trying to make more progress.
Sure, but I mean, I guess sometimes it comes to the idea that, hey, sometimes you go into a game like that with that right intention or that thought, like, fine, I'll do this, but then the idea that something about it it just doesn't sit right with you. Yeah. For some reason. I mean, I guess because when you're saying going into a game with a mindset, I wasn't sure if you also meant, like, hey, like, fine, you know how difficult Contra Hardcore is from me telling you that, but also the idea of, I guess, a preconceived idea as far as a game, and the thought of, like, what are you expecting going in, if that was part of that mentality you're thinking of or not.
As a little bit of a flip side to this.
Yes.
The game failing to let me grab the platform so many times is bad.
Right.
That's bad.
Well, it's the idea of, like, hey, it's weird how the game is handling the octagonal corners of a platform like that. Like, sometimes it looks like you're grabbing it and then you're not grabbing it. Or something like that. That's true.
Whoops. And that was just being too close to the edge of the platform.
Sure. No, I get that idea.
Like, that was a player miscalculation, not the game behaving unexpectedly.
Right, but you can also see that in some cases, like, what that's like, hey, the idea of grabbing a platform, that's clearly behaving unexpectedly.
Like, that kind of unexpected behavior is bad to have in a game.
Right. I mean, because also maybe gives a sense that, wait a second, there's a mechanic of grabbing, and the idea that, wait a second, is it selective on when it works and when it doesn't work? Especially something like that, like, wait, should I, or fine, it would be one thing if fine, you just don't grab it, but maybe it's worse in this case because you're seeing him grab, you're like, he should be holding on, he's not holding on.
He starts the animation for grabbing.
And then he doesn't.
And then he doesn't grab.
Yeah, he falls, right. No,
like,
I get that.
The animation shouldn't start until the game has already determined that he's going to grab the platform.
Sure. And that's what is going to be interesting with that HD version whenever they get to it, because I'll tell you, it's one of the, because we're talking about the idea of revivals of older games, either as far as a port, a remaster, or maybe even a total remake of it in some way. I don't know necessarily how Croc HD, as it's currently known, is going to be, but I'm also wondering if it's going to be something like the Tomb Raider 1 and 3 remasters that came out, which they also announced this week that Limited Run Games is going to be doing a physical version of it for Switch, I guess, for some of the other systems, but they did confirm we're doing this on top of their release of Lara Croft and the Temple of Osiris and Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light. Basically the two XBLA games, and also on PS3 as well, for like those adventure games they did. But for that one, when they redid them in that release that came out a couple months ago, they let you have like the tank controls the way this game runs, and the way old Tomb Raider ran, but also the more modern controls, which takes kind of the Tomb Raider legend method of how that controls as far as the way that the movement is. And
Okay,
yeah, nice save.
Just saved that one.
Alright, great job.
I had enough time to save that last jump, the jump before the one that actually got me up here,
Right.
and then jump to this platform before the enemy got back to the platform that I was on.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great movement.
That was not planned.
Either way, it looks like it was, and it was great to watch. But yeah, going back to the idea that, I mean, I'd be curious to see, like, if they're, I would think they're going to do this for this game, or when they do the HD edition of this. I wonder if, like, they give, like, a modern control, and what does that then do to a game like this? Is it something that it captures the feel of what it was while feeling smoother, or for that matter, is it something that maybe it'll make it too easy with some of what that might be? Because I know I came up with Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, which is the remake of Metal Gear Solid 1 that was on GameCube, where it runs on the engine of Metal Gear Solid 2 in terms of how it plays, but I know Medix hates that game for a lot of reasons, but he also said specifically, and he's not the only one who said this, they give you the first-person aiming thing. I love using the M9 tranquilizer pistol in Metal Gear Solid 2. Oh, nice.
I don't know how I saved that, but...
Glad you did. But it also...
Yeah, because
Right.
I've tried jumping on those slopes before.
Right, and you couldn't jump.
No.
No, fine, that's also an inconsistency as far as what we're seeing.
But, I mean, in this case, that's a...
It's a good one,
That's
you'll
a
take
nice
it.
bug. That's a nice bug in
Yeah,
that
you'll take
case.
it. Yeah, you'll take it because it saved your life.
Yeah, whoop. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay, I think I'm going to try just walking off of this. Yeah, I think
That
walking
works.
off is probably the safest option.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah, but again, you can grab onto that. Well, it's good you can grab onto that to at least to get up, but fine, you're trying to go get the key. So it's like, no, I can't do that. I gotta walk off this and jump right underneath it. Okay. Okay, fine. That's one case we're glad to have that, because then it means you can get back there.
Okay. Start back here. See if I can drop down in the right spot this time.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Alright.
Okay.
This is fine.
I was saying, now
This is progress. This is progress, like I was talking about earlier.
you got it.
And this time I want to go up. And now we get to take the balloon for the intended purpose.
Perfect. There you go. Yeah, we hope you're grateful for what Croc and Nocturne had to do to make that happen. It was like, fine, we made it happen, so good job.
Whoops. And I died anyway.
Actually, get the sense you're near the end of the level anyway because of the door at the on the end on the other side over there.
Yeah, the jewel door.
Yeah.
That's the impression I got too. At the same time, I didn't see the gong in this room anywhere.
Yeah, it's probably the next room, I guess. Also, take a look at that fire again when you get a shot. As far as when you get over there, that looks like. I'm trying to get the sense of. Isn't that like? It definitely looks weird. There's a lot of games on Saturn that do stuff like that, but also it almost looks like a. I don't know if saying it's a GIF file is like exactly right, but you see what I mean, right? It has like those weird outlines as far as how the fire is around it. I mean, fine, it's better looking than Dragonheart is on this console, as far as that. Fine, the game itself is way better looking, way better playing than that is from what I've understood. That's another one with, like, those weird fire effects for how they are, and I don't know how they look on PlayStation. I'm not sure if they look the same or not.
Gonna break the center box last.
Okay.
Because this is the closest one to either jelly.
Perfect. Alright, there's the L gem. Okay, can you jump up on that other box? I guess I don't know if you can.
I'm not even gonna try.
May as well. So yeah, do it however you want to do it. Whatever's the safest, and you think you're gonna be able to handle that, just do whatever you gotta do.
Yep, I have to start this room all over, and that is not a good angle. Like, I want to be basically dead on with the center box.
Yeah, you might want a good point.
So I can just hold forward. I mean, this is fine. This is good. But and now I have to do the level again.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But I managed to break a box.
That's true, you're right. So fine, you're right, exactly as you said. So, okay, fine. It's little bits and pieces. I think maybe that's what, as I said, is the appeal of this is fine. And it doesn't feel to me, maybe, correct me if you don't agree with this, I don't get the sense that this game is necessarily almost like the idea, like the carrot and the stick here is like, hey, you know, pulling it right out of your grasp, or like right when you're at the end. I don't think it's that really the case that, fine, there's your next case of almost making it. And so you could say, fine, I found that, and so I know now, like, for this case, next time, and I'm willing to do it next time.
Okay, failed jump.
And I guess I'll also feasibly, just because of this, to prove your point that way, have a count of the attempts on this stage. But as I said, that's also why we make a discussion program. I've always said that.
Yeah.
People sometimes don't agree with that, but it's like, fine. They, with all due respect, they don't know what they're talking about. So I was like, fine, this is why I'll do that, because it doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter at that point, because then we can just go on like 8 million different tangents. Yeah. And fine, also, here's the other thing. Explain the reason of the difficulty of a game. Because look, I'll say this. I'll openly admit this. I don't think I've openly said this in the show this way, but I will. I know that there is a difference between watching a game being played by us or anybody and actually playing it yourself. And I know that there is a discussion that is to be said as far as explaining, because people often say the hardest part to explain about a game is how does it play. And oftentimes, will you really be able to get that sense of understanding it if you have not picked the control up yourself? And the answer is yes. What Nocturne's doing with this game, or what anybody's doing with any game that's played here or anywhere, if you haven't played the game before, like the question of what's that feeling like, and maybe in my way, Nocturne, I don't know if you're this way too, when it comes to the explanation of a game like this, or anything really, I usually will want to kind of try and see how much can I explain, or can we explain, or give that aura of what is the feel of something like this, even when it comes to me saying, like, fine, like another game, like fine, it's the critical perspective of me, like, we often compare things to things that are, like something else, as a basis of comparison, and saying, fine, maybe the thought of, what does a game like this feel like? To understand that feel as much as you possibly can, even if you have not picked the controller on the specific game.
Yeah. Well, for me, the most valuable information another person can give me, for me to get an impression of what it's like to play a game that I've never played before, is video or watching the person actually play.
Okay.
When they aren't a master of the game.
Sure. So like, in that case, showing that struggle and showing, wait a minute, this is what that is.
Yeah, like it's not something they say. It's just It's just how the game handles in the hands of someone who isn't a master or expert, or however you want to put it, of the game. Because there you'll see a lot of the stuff that that a master or expert will know to avoid or know how to avoid.
But also, as you're showing, getting a sense of you in tuning just from looking at a game like this and playing it for the time you played it, getting a sense of how should I approach this compared to maybe something else.
Yeah.
And I guess expressing that, I think that's a useful skill, not even just as far as the concept of a game, basically being able to explain that. And I guess also, going back to the critical perspective, saying to somebody, because this is a game that's 26 years old at this juncture. No, 27 years old at this juncture. That, fine, if you're looking at this and you've never played this before, are we able to give you a sense of, would you like this game, or would you be curious to play this based on what you're seeing? And I guess this explanation as far as what Nocturne's giving, and then even mine, mostly vicariously with this thing.
Yes.
And there's something to be said about that idea. Even if it's a case like, fine, I played this game based on what I saw and I hated it, or a case of like, fine, I played this game and it seemed like you're struggling, but I kind of understood this and I absolutely fell in love with it, you know?
Yeah.
Which is something interesting.
Now, on the flip side, I would take any gameplay from someone who is completely new to a game with a grain of salt as well. Because they like some of the things that I may have done that's just doing it badly, or may not have done that I didn't know about from last time. Like someone who's not familiar with a game to the level of someone who's moderately skilled. Is going to do a lot of things wrong or not know how to do a lot of things.
Right.
So that's not a really good example of. That's not really a good example of the quality and quirks of gameplay either.
Maybe not, but it's also, I guess, the question of, because I know I've sometimes seen with Let's Play shows. I know the Some Call Me Johnny channel, when they did the Super Game Brothers play of Shadow the Hedgehog, which at some point I'm going to come back to for its super hard mode, as I've mentioned multiple times. But for that game, he was saying, when he said, is that I'm not going to, there's elements of this game that are a problem to it, but I'm also not going to play this game bad on purpose, in a sense of saying, hey, you know, this idea, but fine. It also is, because, fine, well, taking the Shadow the Hedgehog example briefly, I know Nocturne, when it came to the 3D Sonic games, was that the first one you played, as far as the 3D ones?
Technically, no. It is the first one of the properly 3D Sonic games that I owned.
What's the first one you played? Do you remember?
I think the first one that I played in any capacity was either Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2, and I can't remember whether it was which version of either it was.
Right, okay, because I was just curious, because fine, like for a game like that, because I owned Dreamcast at the time, I had played Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 by the time that game came out, and Sonic Heroes. So when Shadow the Hedgehog came out, I had the frame of reference of those other games, not least of which because the engine being the same as far as Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog as far as them, but then also the idea of Nocturne U saying that fine, you know, the series, but also the case of what's the 3D take of Sonic that way to kind of inform, I guess, what it is as far as like what that feels, but also the idea of like understanding how it's different from what I'm saying because I played all of them, or I had played all of them at the time, but then you saying, if I played one of the Sonic Adventure games and then played this, as far as the understanding to kind of explain it. So in some ways, I think I'm kind of half and half when you're saying take a grain of salt when it comes to somebody who's never played a game like this before. I mean, yes, I agree with that element, what you're saying, but I also think that maybe in some ways that can kind of be beneficial to get a sense of
which is why I say
a feel of something, I guess, with it. You know?
Which is why I say take it with a grain of salt, not ignore it entirely.
Right. I mean, I guess the other thing also is this, like, hey, proficiency in a genre. You know, I mean, why do I always talk about with this the idea that people say what games they play often? Because the question of the Crochet Nerd 64 said specifically, he said, hey, you know, my bread and butter is RPGs. I don't have, with a couple exceptions, experienced a whole lot like platformers the way that, say, I do, because I grew up playing. You said you grew up playing platformers a lot too, but you also have a case of when your dominant genres being RPGs as well. So understand, I guess, the frame of reference of, fine, someone who doesn't play a lot of platforming games playing a game like this, or someone who doesn't play a lot of RPGs playing something like, I guess, Lunar, what we played recently as far as the RPG front.
Okay.
To kind of, I guess, also inform that on it too.
I think I may have accidentally reset the platforms.
I don't know, does that do that?
I think it does. I think it does reset. Yep,
Okay, it does.
Those platforms are gone. Whoops.
Okay, so now with these boxes again, we know the one on the left over there has the L gem. As far as the other ones, we'll find out.
I'm gonna go to this one this time. Just, like, if I screw up, I'll at least have a bit more information.
Okay.
Because I'll have broken a different box.
So in this way, it's like a process elimination. Okay, there's a gobble underneath
gobble.
that one. Because also, can you jump to that platform up there, or the box?
No.
No, unfortunately.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they were just a little too high for that.
Okay.
Although, at least now I can get to this point relatively consistently.
That's good that way. So it
Like
shows
another bit of progress.
Yep.
Like, sure, I may not have made it further, but I'm getting more consistent.
Sure, which I think that's the idea with something like this. Because fine, that's also could be a case where fine, you do something over and over again. Sometimes you feel like maybe you're getting worse at parts that you did really well before, but it seems like for this one, it's like, no, I'm able to be okay just running this for the other parts that way. So eventually the idea, like, hey, working through this, we always say, what does it mean to talk out a situation like this to kind of go through as far as a game with this? And the answer is, this is how it happens. So above anything else, we're kind of fine. This is maybe one of the more philosophical shows that her and I have done this way for ourselves, but also for the idea of, like, the experience of a game. Oh, nice save.
I saved it.
Yeah, very nice save.
I'm still not on a box, but I saved it. I'm content with that.
No, I get that.
I can be happy with that result.
Question also, wait, you did die, so you don't have to get the gobble again. Wait, did you get the gobble already?
Okay, I should have the gobbo right
Okay,
now.
yes, you did, because, I remember when you died before, it said you had it, so yeah. When you die, you, still have it, so that's good. So basically just, right in the center, or, the one over there for the old gem.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the yellow gem now.
Okay.
I'm less comfortable jumping to one side or the other from the center.
Right.
And I don't like having something above me when I'm jumping from one platform to another, because if he bonks, it messes around with a bit.
Right.
With the handling a little bit. Okay. So, turn around. Bonking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, lining up. This should be good. Huh?
What was that?
Huh?
Well, what happened? Okay, let's find out. Oh, you found a secret area? Okay. Free gems. We can find out what happened here.
I have absolutely no idea what I just did, but,
I'm gonna find out right now what you did. So hang on a second, let's find out. Okay, so it says here... You have to stomp it 3 times. Okay, so if you stomp the jelly 3 times, you activate the sparkling stars and you come here. So that's what happened. So if you pound on it 3 times, you're coming here and getting a bunch of gems. And what else is there?
I bet I need to hit the button again to get the middle box, though.
Yeah, but also look at what else you're getting here. Lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right. You get to the center, the top there. That's you're getting your way back. Okay, so fine. There's your bonus area, and the idea that hey, it kind of takes you by surprise. So fine. That's the other great thing about something like this is that like what just happened, and then you realize, wait a minute, no, it's a good case as far as something.
I mean, I immediately recognized this as a bonus area. Just this is that kind of sudden thing is pretty par for the course for old school bonus areas.
Sure, but then hearing that sounds like, wait a second, there's a sound, like, what's going on here? And then the screen faded to black, and we both were like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah, and also I could no longer control Croc
Sure.
once that triggered.
Right. I mean, I don't think we thought the game had crashed or anything, but it was like, well, sometimes that thought of what that was like. At least find you're not there on the, the goop, or going into the goop. So in this case, yeah, now you're there. Oh, fine, okay. I know what happened there. What you were saying?
I think that that it's actually probably pretty safe to fall on that slope. I just need to get out of the way of the stuff falling from above.
Sure, yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure that's what hit me.
I think so, yeah.
Which sucks, but I mean.
But we're going back. Okay, good job.
Mm-hmm.
And nice find of that also totally by accident.
Yep.
But unfortunately, you do have to go and hit the button again.
Yeah, and now I'm quite glad that I didn't do the middle box first, because it would be a pain to get back over without the middle box.
That's true, yeah.
I'm gonna let him respawn and then kill him again. Just to get him out of the way. I keep missing the button. Not like that angle. Okay, there we go. Now I can line things up nicely.
There's some gems to live with.
Yeah, to not die.
There you go.
And now I can safely jump to this one, or relatively safely, as the case may be.
And then make that jump and then go through the door. Alright, so just one more, and I guess then the thought is it should be in here as far as the gem to go the other door.
I'm pretty sure I've left pretty much no stone unturned. So
Yeah,
far
no,
in the
I don't
level.
think so. I think we've got basically everything here. And also because of the extra lives you got in the secret area. But fine, there's an elephant that looks like something out of Banjo-Kazooie with the eyes. And there's... okay. So I guess you gotta jump on the elephant is the thought.
Oh.
So then off he goes. I was gonna say, does it mean or does it look like when it's moving, it seems like you're gonna fall? I don't know why. I'm getting nervous looking at that.
Yeah, it's janky.
Okay.
It's janky. But it's visually janky, but in terms of gameplay, it seems like Croc is firmly on his back.
Okay, good. Okay, fine, because fine, it reverses where you are as he moves, so fine, because you're still facing... Okay, that's what's going on. Wait, is that the platform you gotta hit?
I'm sure it is.
I just want to make sure... Okay, you're right, no, it is.
That's the lowest platform by a good margin.
And I guess you can't make him go the other way, can you?
Nope. Or not that I can... Not that I
It'd also be too risky. The only thing I think is if you stomp him, but I don't know if you'll be able to have enough time before he goes off to do that, or even when he comes around to do it again. Okay, I guess not. Never mind.
Alright. Once again. You know, I think I'm gonna cut my losses.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll come back. We'll see the way the rest of it is. That'll be part of the cleanup. Good job.
I'll come back to this level at a later time. I don't want to burn through all my lives.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. But at least you do know where the way to get a bunch of lives on this level is, so at least you can do that. All right, good job.
Yeah, and actually, I could pretty consistently get to... if I wanted to, I could consistently get to that bonus area.
Sure.
And then finish the level.
Okay. And since you did get most everything else, it's basically just going to be running gems and then whatever Gobbos are in the other door. Yeah. Or here.
And since I wouldn't need to care about anything else going through the stage, just getting through to the bonus area.
Yeah.
I would just need to grab the key, get back down, go through the door, get to the next door, not do any of that fancy stuff.
Sure.
Or funny business, rather. And just hit the gong, rinse, repeat.
Alright, there you go. Okay, so there you go with Lights Camel Action.
Yeah, and I think this one's a lot faster to get to than the one in the ice area.
Yeah, I guess so.
I remember the one in the ice area being much later in the... Well,
yeah,
okay, this one's... Or rather, being on a much longer stage than this one.
Yeah, a bit longer, that's true.
Like, by about 50% longer, I think. At least it felt longer.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But yeah, good job getting through this. Yeah, I think you went through as far as you understood the philosophy as far as this, and I think we all came out knowing a lot more today. And I'm assuming before we go to Mud Pit Mania, so they are Mud Pits. The game is confirmed.
Yeah, we are saving.
I was saying, you're not quitting yet.
Yeah, we are saving.
Alright, so let's see what the Mud Pit Mania is going to be.
That was I haven't made nearly as much progress tonight as I thought I would. But
maybe that makes sense, though, because of the fact that it's later,
yes,
you know?
Yes.
Oh, go on.
But I'm also really satisfied with the progress that I have made.
Sure. No, I get that.
Like, these levels are hard, but they're not demoralizingly hard.
Right.
Except for that one platform grab.
Sure. But at this point, like, yeah, you're showing what the skill is, what the struggle is, and saying, how does it feel when you get past it? And, like, it feels good. So let's see how the Mud Pit Mania is going to feel. I guess fine, just don't land in it, but fine, because fine, that is what it is as far as it. So fine, maybe they do have a point as far as like what's the Mud Pit going to be, as far as like the topology idea of this area we're in.
Alright, so there's some sort of zombie or mummy thing over there. Obviously I can't get to the button in the cage over there right now. There's a key I have to grab. I'm just looking around and seeing what there is that I need to take care of.
Yeah, and I think that's smart, honestly, especially for... Honestly, now that I'm thinking about this, I think maybe this is unique as far as a 3D platform, saying you kind of want to really look at your surroundings in this one, maybe more than other 3D platformers I can think of. I mean, I'd say more than some of the games that Rare made, like Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie and Donkey Kong 64, or even Super Mario 64 and Sunshine, I don't know if you necessarily need to really study your surroundings completely as much as this game does. What makes this, I guess, unique in the sense of how is this game really operating for, I guess, what you need to do, and I guess where's the forward momentum going. I guess maybe, I don't know if this is right to indicate or not. I get the sense this is probably more of a deliberately paced 3D platformer than maybe some other ones. Is that
feels,
what you're feeling?
this is not a fast-paced platformer.
Right.
Like, there are some faster-paced sections.
Right.
Like, where you have to keep going or else the platforms are gonna break and you're gonna die.
Right.
But, but a lot of this game feels slow and methodical.
Which is interesting when you also put this, not just in the context of other 3D platformers that were in Nintendo's territory, but also other 3D platformers that were in PlayStation era, especially Crash Bandicoot, where Crash Bandicoot is this kind of thing. It's about a forward momentum, basically running the whole way. Sometimes you have to go back for certain things. And also with Spyro, even though Spyro is a more open 3D thing, it's kind of more about that kind of pace of, like, the movement going ahead, whereas this one, it is, again, the Tomb Raider thing, which is saying, hey, plan everything out. But in that way, it also, kind of gives this game, and both these games, I guess, a unique identity for 3D platformers that, honestly, I don't know if I could think off the top of my head of other 3D platformers that kind of are like that. I mean, of the ones I've either played or can think of that kind of do something similar to that. I mean, I still haven't played this, and I've been asked for this for show, and we'll do this at some point. I don't, well, no, it's a, I'm trying to remember. Fine, I thought I have another one on top of this one. Glover was one, which was on N64, and that's another one that's actually getting I was like, wait, I thought you were standing on a way to get back, but fine, because that's getting an HD version that's coming out sometime as well, like this one.
I'm just going to,
Just go in the tar pit.
Yeah, I mean,
or mud pit, I
was
say.
at 2 lives going into the place anyway, so...
May as well just take that. Yeah, but fine, I guess Glover's kind of more of a puzzle game. I know you asked me, like, what is this? When we were out at one point, we saw, it's like, what is this game? I haven't played it, but from what that game is, that you're basically this glove going around, you have to move a ball around as far as how certain things are, and it is... Fine, there is a puzzle aspect to that one.
Whoops.
That's different than this.
That was, like, chugging for a moment.
Right. Actually, wait a second. That platform there, did it stop moving?
I think the 2 platforms start right next to each other. But one of them has to get halfway through the cycle before the second one will start moving.
Okay, we'll see what comes back.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to the Glover thing, is that fine? That's about guiding an object to an end, and that's also kind of slow too. But also fine. This is more about your platforming thing. Yeah, you're right. Okay, it is. Because fine. Glover's a weird one to categorize as a 3D platform, because it is, but it's also something that it's also like a 3D puzzle game in the sense of how you're basically doing an object manipulation to itself. And this one, it is basically, look at that platform there, look at the level, look at your surroundings, saying, okay, what do I gotta do to get here? And then make plan out to basically then execute everything based on how your thought is, and then and the grab is like, understand how is this game really operating to kind of put it all together, which is very unique, really, for 3D platformers. I'm trying to think of other 3D platformers that really do that. I mean, even a lot of the ones that are exploratory based, like the Mario games, and also Rayman 2, as mentioned earlier, they're not like this, even in terms of how that is. And I think that is kind of interesting. So it's one of those things that find the thinking person's platformer, in the sense of, if you really want to think about what's going to happen if I do this, it's really, I think it's this and Tomb Raider, really. I think are kind of the ones that kind of go to this, but also because we're in a dark area. Yeah, try and see about making that. Well, actually, wait a second. That's like extending out, it looks like.
Yeah, it is. And that is definitely extending out.
Yeah, but also in this case, yeah, the draw distance is very short, so it's like, yeah, being deliberate with the movements here.
I mean, I think this is more of a fog thing than a draw distance thing.
Well, I mean, it is, but I mean, fine, it's hiding the idea of like where things are, because fine, those gems popped into existence. Like, okay, right, it's right there at least. But also, I think it helps the idea that this game is slower paced, so it's not like, oh, it's going to appear right away when you really need to be in benefit to see it.
Well, at least I had gems. That works. I like this music.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. In that case, I could also give another credence to who did the music, because fine, I mentioned it last month, but is well, I'll give another indication. It was... I did talk the music. I did take the music. Oh yeah, I did, okay. It was, Justin Charvona and, Martin Gwynn Jones, and also Karen Griffin. And, so wait a second. First of all, you got game over. Like, wait, no. Is that what happens? Like, no. The music just looped.
No, I also died.
Right.
Whoops. I died again.
Actually, I know I'll add on to this, because I think I read something about this game's music as far as where they're going with this. So fine, this is new. So let me pull that up. Okay, so... Okay, as far as the background of the people who made it is, which I went to that last time. Actually, the title theme was inspired by a song. This comes from the Wikipedia page, so I will link to it. The game's theme was inspired by a song included on a CD of Mexican music that Justin Charvona had listened to, which had a rhythmic piano riff and a solo trumpet as the lead in here as well. But also that's not the main theme. But when you're in the cave levels with ambient music, they're apparently thinking about like perspectives of like actually the Addams Family in the sense of how they use the harpsichord and like the snaps going on as far as the theme of that. And also, fine, we've heard this like the woot of the theremin. In fact, I don't think we talked the theremin. You familiar with that instrument, by the way?
I think I've heard of it.
That's the thing where it's the spinning wheel of the picture where the theremin is, and you're kind of moving your hands. It goes like woot. Or you ever heard Good Vibrations by the Beach Boys? It uses heavy usage of that as far as what that sound is. But it's kind of interesting as far as what they're paying attention to that. They also said apparently they were also listening to the music of like the Simpsons Halloween specials, and also because it was what was it? I'm trying to get his name. Yeah, it was Justin Charvona, who actually one credit I didn't mention that he did is a game that is not very good. I own this game, and I can give an indication of this at some point. The game based on Wayne's World, which was on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. But he did a cover of sorts of Foxy Lady by the Jimi Hendrix Experience in that game, which is so sort of kind of hearable, but also the kind of thing that it's so bit crunched and weird that I'm not going to get a content strike with that. Even the fact that they have a version of Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen in that, it sounds so weirdly off as far as it, but you can still sort of kind of tell it is that. I'm not going to have to content strike on as far as that case of it anyway. But they're saying that, hey, these are the kind of these ideas they had, and even the case that they made so many pieces of music in this game, it was almost the Skies of Arcadia thing where they said, you know, we have so much, we have to compress it, otherwise we're not going to be able to put it onto the disc or put it onto one disc. So fine, feasibly, Croc could have been a multi-disc game on its own based upon the music, which would have been an interesting thought. Imagine like 3 discs on Croc. It's like, oh, by the way, it's because of the music for it. But there was some real interesting stuff going on with the background on the music for this, and why it sounds so good. Even after only hearing it a couple of times in the case of both of us.
That's a really hard back-to-back jump to make.
Oh yeah, no question.
Like, it doesn't... In most 3D platformers, it would be a nothing thing. It would be much more of a nothing thing.
Right.
Than it is here. But, because of how Croc handles... Also, I'm on my last life, so I'm going to see if I can make the jump. Well, okay, I failed to jump.
Okay.
But
to see as far as the distance.
Yeah. I wanted to see if I could just jump from one extending platform to the next.
Sure.
While skipping the one that's just gonna break.
Right.
Because I don't think that one will stay present long enough for me to adjust the camera and wait for the second of those two extending platforms to extend back out.
Right, no, I get that completely. Okay, yeah, you're right. That again with the way the grab is.
Yeah.
Chad, do you know if the PlayStation version does this? But if my copy worked, I'd be able to answer that. But I don't know if it does or doesn't work that way. I'm gonna assume it does for the most part. It's fine. These are, aside from some of the stuff I've indicated or found out, they are pretty similar. Although I believe the music, fine, no, the music is more compressed in this version than it is on the PlayStation. That I do know. Fine, they compressed it anyway, but it's more compressed on this console than it is on the PlayStation, which is, in some cases, mentioned a constant when it comes to the system, like Lunar as well, even though Yoast didn't get that. Lunar does the same thing compared to on the PlayStation.
Well, at least I get a few gems by going this way first.
Sure. But I do like you were saying as far as the music, and also you picking up saying, like, hey, the idea is, like, they're focusing on the trumpet a lot here, and, like, fine, there's a reason for that as far as based on what the background is. It's also one of those cases where I think I mentioned this. I DJ my office, one of my office like group parties for the holidays. I will slip in video game music, and Ed Wack loves it, saying like, "You should just play all video game music." Fine, like, there's other things I want to play that are not video game music, is like they'll respond to, including like the Beach Boys, like Little Saint Nick. But then it's also the case that it's like, let me slip in something like I think there's a lot of music in the Croc soundtrack that honestly could go to that.
I mean,
people would really kind of go to that.
Like, with video game music, with, like, the official versions of video game music that are actually present in games, you could make a massive multi-disc Christmas-specific album.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Even something maybe sounds like it might not explicitly be for the holiday.
Yeah.
Even or even winter-themed.
Well, like, some of the music from the ice area here in Croc.
Right.
There's multiple bits of music in Diddy Kong Racing.
Yeah, it's another case of that.
And that's just 2 games.
Right, and one I used, fine, if some of the ones I used, I mean, last year, one of the ones I used, I'm trying to remember the name of the track from Shadow Hearts that I took, because it's not something that is even explicitly Christmas themed, but it's fine. The game itself is not really, but for that game, if I can find what the name of the song was. Yeah, whatever the name of that song was, it's in the final area, and I know, fine, because we played that for the show, the Crusader 64.
It's jumpable.
Oh, awesome.
It's jumpable.
Oh, great.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. And even as it's extending and contracting,
right,
you can stay. You can in fact stay holding on to the edge. So once you're on the edge, it's not gonna drop you.
Fantastic.
Then you just need to get yourself up onto the platform, and you're golden.
There you go.
That's fantastic. There are plenty of games that won't. There are plenty of games that came out even after this that wouldn't even think to let you grab onto a platform that extends and contracts like that.
Right.
Right?
No, yeah, absolutely. Okay, fine. I found the name of that track, Star Shape. It's in Shadow Hearts. It's in the final area. It doesn't necessarily sound explicitly like a Christmas thing, because it's kind of the synth thing. I'll let you listen to it, because actually it's the same It's one of the same people who did music for Xenogears, as it was, Yasunori Mitsuda, and also did stuff for the Xeno... Actually, I think he worked on Xenosaga and Xenoblade, amongst some other stuff. But it actually, there's a part of that song that they use, like, choral bells. And I thought to myself, you know what? It's kind of weird and creepy in a way, but also, like, the idea of, like, since it's near the end of the game, the idea of the way the bells go, and the Koshiner 64, because he loves that game, and I'm so glad he played the game for us. And he made me a believer on that game, no question. But just the thought of what that sounded like the bells, like, fine, I can fool people that way. Or she's like, hey, you know, one of my coworkers says, like, he initially like, hey, you know, I'm not big as far as my kids playing games. Like, I'm not into that way. It's like, they play it too much, or when they were younger, at least. But then it said, like, I like the music you have. Like, if I'm playing something for Sonic Adventure, it's like, this game's from video games. Like, yeah, it does. But it's good enough that, yeah, you never know. But something like this, like, yeah, it just sounds cool.
You know what? I screwed up a little bit in getting stuff on this level. Because I should have just run across that grate.
Well, what's on the other side over there? As far as on the left over there, is there something over there to give a sense of what we have? Okay, a tornado came to town.
Whoa.
Alright, so it says fuck you and throws you off. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait, when you come out of areas, do the boxes stay broken? I'm trying to remember, did they?
I think boxes get restored.
Okay. So fine, that's one way to get the case of that going. And you also know that you can diagonal jump across these things.
Yeah. Well, it was specifically the jump between this one and the next extending platform.
Sure. Which seems like that's the smart way to go, because otherwise, yeah, good luck making that.
And that time I just straight up landed on the platform.
Right.
Okay. Once I weeded out the breakable platform, that section became so much easier.
Mm-hmm. And it is back, so you're right. So in that case, you can go get this.
Okay, Croc, just back onto that.
Yeah, just back up, Croc. Yeah, put on your warning lights and your beeping.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, there you go. That is the Croc. That is the Croc backup light beeping. Croc Red Nocturne Flom. Thank you. And oh, there's life. Awesome.
Cool.
And a gem. Oh, wait a second. Where is there a place to get back?
Either I'll be able to grab onto the side of the grate, or as I jump back, I'll grab onto the bottom of the grate.
Okay.
It's also possible that I might be able to jump high enough to get back on top of the grate, but all that matters is that I'm certain that platform is high enough that I'll end up back up here somehow or another.
That, or I don't know, when you jump on there, the way you have to go is going to actually pop into view. I don't know. We'll see. Well, you got it, at least.
Well, I got it, so doesn't really matter at this point how to get back.
Yeah, that seems like a tough case of itself. I think you're right. I think it's basically you're going to grab the bottom of it, it looks like.
I'm sure this is technically cheese.
Is it? I don't know. I mean, you can make the distance.
I'm sure the intended strategy is to jump on the crumbling platform and work from there.
Fine, you found a better... Fine, maybe this is harder because you have a further distance to make. That's maybe one way of looking at it, but...
It's a longer jump, it's a longer jump, but you don't need to worry about repositioning the camera.
Right.
Except while you're on an essentially stable platform.
Uh-huh. That's a good way of looking at it.
Basically, you're not on a time limit to adjust the camera to make your next jump.
Uh-huh.
You just need to make sure you jump far enough.
Sure.
I would... I would prefer to have that any day over the type of stuff that would be needed if I was adjusting the camera.
Sure, yeah.
Going what's clearly the intended route. But because that cheese is possible,
yeah,
I don't need to worry about it.
Oh, that was interesting. It looked like, yeah, you didn't go in the hole yet. It's like fine. It's like you just walked into it and that handled as you've fallen in.
That happened once earlier.
Okay.
I think a little bit of the warp. I think a bit of the warp tile or whatever might extend outside the pipe. Well, because it's basically a pipe.
Sure. No, I get that. And also, see, the other thing also to indicate is that, fine, we do not or never have worked for the Argonaut Software Corporation, but I guess in some ways we're dissecting their game as much as they would feasibly, or they could. Fine. If we had Jez San on the show with us for that, he'd probably say, by the way, this is how we did it, and probably wouldn't be far off from what Nocturne's saying that the game was doing based on that one example alone. Fine. It also feasibly makes sense just looking at it, and fine, because even just out of just two parts, you play a game enough, you start living with it, as we've said before, and you notice certain things about, like, what is it doing, how is it doing certain things, and what does that necessarily mean for the way it plays. Because I think I said at one point, like, hey, nowadays there's so many games you don't know where to look, but back in our day, but not necessarily like that idea of like back in our day that way. It's the case that it seemed like there were a finite number of games in some ways, sort of, kind of, but just the thought that with that you might have only like enough money for one game or something, and then for a couple months, then it's like, yeah, you live with that game and understand every little detail about it. Or as you mentioned with Super Mario Bros. 3 as an example, Nocturne, that you live with that game enough, you're like, okay, I know everything about this game after years and years of it, and then it's something that, say for some reason I wouldn't ever do this, or like the idea like what this would be is like, we'd say like, fine, we're just gonna play Super Mario Bros. 3 out of nowhere just because. If I were to say that to her like with 2 minutes before showtime, just because like, you're gonna do this no matter what, she'd pick that game up and have no problem with handling that, even without any practice. I think that's one of what I'm talking about, something like that,
Like, if sleep didn't basically force the body to not be able to move, under most circumstances, I would probably be able to play it in my sleep.
Sure, yeah, I get that. Exactly. But exactly that. Like, you live with a game so long, you get it.
At least some of the earlier levels,
I'd
probably be able to play in my sleep.
Sure, but it's also the kind of thing that, because this is another distinction, I was mentioning this with Gemini 96, because, yeah, he was playing through The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Okay, fine, you jump on top of that, so that's what you were right about that. Because he had not played the game before as far as going through it fully, but what was interesting about that game, because we were talking about that, I don't know how you are at Zelda this way, which is that Link's Awakening is not my favorite Zelda game. It's a really great game, no question, but despite that, it's, for some reason, it's the Zelda game I think I have the most memorized. Even though it's, A, not the first Zelda game I played, and B, not the one it's like my favorite Zelda game, which, fine, one of them is Majora's Mask, and those Oracle games, Oracle of Seasons and Ages, amongst them, and Minish Cap. But for some reason, there's something about Link's Awakening that I memorize almost every aspect of that. He was going through Turtle Rock, the final of the dungeons before you go to the Egg of the Windfish in that game. And I was just sitting back just watching like, him going through that dungeon, and then just thinking back, it's like, all the years I played that game, it's like, I knew exactly where to go and how that was going, and I guess then for this is that, okay, it's going back and forth as far as how the tornadoes come into town. But it was kind of an interesting thought that, fine, I guess because I'd played that game enough, and there's something about that one in particular that I basically have it memorized. Just like you said you do with Super Mario Bros. 3.
Yeah, okay. So there are 4 potential, behaviors for this tornado.
Okay.
Going across in one direction, going across in the other direction, and staying put on one side and staying put on the other.
Okay, and here's the other question is...
And it seems to always alternate which side it initially appears on.
I was gonna say pattern.
So...
Right, because there's there... And it's there and it starts moving. Okay. So, okay, so it is a set pattern. Whoa! Oh, whoa! Nice save.
I'm not completely sure how I saved that, but...
I'm glad you did. It looks cool. That's the other thing. Is like, even playing something for this, like seeing a game this way, as far as like, continuing to see it the way, as far as like a level or something like that. It's like, yeah, look at that. That's cool. It's like that kind of jolt of something unexpected. Here we are in a room with a bunch of boxes and a Gobbo page up there.
Whew. Okay. I'm really surprised that I didn't get killed by the or didn't even get hurt by the tornado throwing me like that.
I'm so glad we see stuff like this, you know? That's the benefit of doing something like this when it happens. It's like, hey, also the idea that, hey, you know, that is on video, so it's a case of like, fine, you never have to, you know, answer to anybody who says like, oh, you didn't do that, you're making this up. Like, we have video evidence, my friend. So it's like, oh, here it is. Fine, I also used that against Edwack as it was set up sort of kind of a couple weeks ago when we did the Pokemon Violet finale, which was... we're talking about extreme sports games as far as it, and I mentioned, we went in a discussion sort of kind of on BMX Triple X, and I was like, you were the one to you're the first mention of this, you've mentioned it for the first time on the show as far as any of us. Like, no, he didn't. It's like, yeah, I did. I have you on video doing it, and I stitched you the video of him doing it. He was like, we got the footage, just like, yeah, I do have a video that way, but the point is that, fine, somebody says they're lying, like, we can go to the videotape. But sometimes it also means when you have a great feat that you do as well, or something else, there you go. Honestly, for whatever I do another feat compilation, there's going to be a lot from tonight's part alone, I think, for this game. Fine, a lot from this game anyway, for you, as it's been just at the two parts. Which I guess was kind of interesting thinking about that when I put that together, because I said, okay, was it a case that, fine, it was weird that for some of your contributions, a lot of them were from Mega Man Legends 2, but the answer is no, not really, because that's one of the ones you controlled. But I think, no, there were other ones that, it wasn't just Mega Man Legends 2 for you. I believe there's other stuff that I had as far as
that sounds
things
right.
you did.
That sounds right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Fine, Mega Man Legends 2 thing with Tronbon and the Hyper Shell, that was obviously the clear one.
Well,
but,
that was more just funny than anything, I think.
I still included it that way. I think it fits both ways. I'm trying to think of, what was the one... Fine, some of the cases of you not beating bosses, or fine, not beating bosses without getting hit, I should say. Alright, Aladdin. Right, I forgot. I had one out of you, Aladdin. That's right, I forgot about that.
Yeah, like blasting through the boulder part of the escape.
Right, absolutely. Because I knew I had something else, which was kind of interesting then digging out, but it's also fine. In some cases I couldn't avoid it, because fine, I only have like certain people like Omedics was on when we did Parasite Eve. Fine, because we didn't do Streets of Rage 3 yet. And we're figuring out when it'll be set to do that, or fine, when we can meet up for that, because I know his schedule's been insanely busy, as is mine, to figure that. But fine, we're not playing Streets of Rage 3, as I was telling her, like, we're not playing that without him. He called dibs on that, like, yeah, it's all his.
I am so glad that the jump to that box is a safe one.
Yeah, I know. Especially after the ones we've had where it hasn't been, so it's like, yeah, the game does have mercy in places.
Yeah. Like, it's a hard jump, but it's also a safe jump.
Yeah, so at this point, fine, missing the jump, it doesn't matter, because at that point, it's like, okay, fine, at least I'll live, so...
Yeah, like, Like I said, it's hard but safe.
But it's also going to be satisfying when you get it just as much
yeah.
as some of the other ones.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It'll be no less satisfying than some of the more dangerous ones.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, this at least has the safety of being able to repeat it with frequency because you don't need to worry about dying.
Yep. Yeah.
Also, thankfully, fall damage isn't a thing in this game.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, I'm just going to... I think the box above me is the only one that I have left to break in this room.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I'm noticing. And some gems, so there you go.
Okay. Get up here and... Okay, yeah, there's nothing hiding. It's just back in the pipe. Which means I need to go through the tornadoes again.
Uh-huh. Well, wait, I guess... Yeah, you're okay, you do. I was at first like, wait, is there another way to get back aside from that? Fine, this is long as far as it because you're going down this other area. Alright, there you go. Got it again. Good job. So yeah, coming back and then going there, like yeah, you're able to avoid getting blown up. Although fine, it seems like the hitbox though that is a case where you still are kind of getting hit by it, even when it's semi far, well, not insanely far away, but still.
Well, like its model or whatever you want to call it does not reflect its hitbox.
Right, and suddenly swimming.
Yep. At least we entered through a pipe.
That's true.
Could be worse. Okay. That's what I expected.
Oh, right, it was underneath that.
I expected there to be disguised gems in here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, disguised colored gems.
Yep.
At least one. I would not be surprised at all if there's a second one. Okay, I don't know how I avoided getting hit there.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm pretty sure those are enemies. I'll take it. But... I don't like this.
I was gonna say, I don't know what's going on here. It seems like there's something gonna be over there that's gonna be dangerous. Oh, fine, the eyes there. Okay, talk about not quite a horror case. It was like, yeah, there's something over there in the shadow.
I think it might just be one of those... Or no. Or yeah, I think it might just be one of those jellyfish based on how it's moving.
Okay.
It's still creepy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for a game you don't expect horror out of... Fine, we said that with, like, 3D platformers. Like, oh shit, it shoots at you. So fine, yeah, it is dangerous. Oh wait, no, it's not even that. It's something else. It's like a... Oh, what is it? Oh, it's something... It's like a frog with a gun, isn't it? Is that what it is? It looked like that. And he's a dead shot. Jesus. Oh, but he has a key over there, so it's like, fuck you. Okay, so he doesn't have a gun. He just looked like... It was like over the key.
Of course, now I'm on a timer, because he will respawn.
But now, he's, yeah, it's okay that way.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I know, definitely so. But yeah, we got through and find cage of... Oh, shark!
Okay, game.
I guess all of your aspects as far as, going deep sea diving that way is like, okay, fine. Fine, I think I might have asked this when we played Mega Man Legends 1.
Whoa, there's another...
Shit, there's another one?
Shooting guy.
I'll ask you later.
Problem is, you really can't make adjustments.
In the water, you mentioned that. When, okay, fine. We see. Yeah, he needed to die for that.
I'll be okay with 3. Shit.
That was close. That was lucky. So fine, we're getting the horror side of this. I mean, this is when we played Mega Man Legends 1, which is when we're in the underwater area, like the underwater cave. And, okay. Okay, fine. What was I gonna say for that? Okay, it looks like the ground, you can kind of see it. It doesn't seem like it's, what is it? Oh, good, it's a light, okay. Use the light to guide your way and grab the life. Fine, you have tons, but still, the idea is like, hey, that's gonna help out. Yeah, with that game, I mean...
Oh, okay, that wears off.
Okay.
Okay. With that in mind...
You gotta get yourself lined up. Oh!
Okay, that's nasty. And that's a nasty little spot right there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, fine. This is the closest we went to horror. I was gonna say Mega Man Legends 1, which is that... I know you're saying, like, stuff as far as the horror. It was like the undersea horror. Was that the case of it that was kind of setting you on edge on that? And I guess here, fine. It was setting me on edge on both cases, too. If that's the case, too.
Wait, Croc, you were supposed to back up, not turn?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'll often back up when I want to turn.
But then turn when you want to back up.
I want to back up.
Right.
Okay, I'll take it.
I like that you changed direction, bounced in, and then went back and changed direction. Oh, you might have changed it once.
I feel like I'm a little bit screwed.
Hold on. I can sort of see the ground. I think you're okay from there. I think I'm right.
I think I'm pretty close to the edge right here.
Yep. Yeah, I think you are. Question though, is that platform there? Okay, it's a breaking platform.
That was mainly just, I guess you could say gamer instinct.
Pretty much, yeah. I guess if you stay here, you can just jump straight up in the air and still get the lamp or the light bulb or whatever it is.
Yeah. I bet that's a colored gem over there.
Probably.
And that's where I came from. I'm not gonna risk it for the life.
Okay.
In fact, I think I'm just gonna get back on one of the moving platforms and go across.
Okay.
Crap. Oh. At least I've got 2 more lives after this.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh. I'll take it.
Like, that is the end right there.
Okay. This is definitely getting difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for turning, Croc. I would want you to back up.
And the other way, as I said, you could also do that is fine if you jump backward. If you jump and then move backwards, because then he never turns when you do that. But still, it's also a case of fine remembering that when you're in the heat of something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, I wouldn't be remembering that even in that case either.
Well, at least I got one of them back. One of the gems,
Perfect.
I mean. Okay, that was bad.
You saw that. It was like you were running underneath it.
Well, no, like...
No, at the end, like right there.
Yeah, well, what happened was it hit me, I fell into the, gunk below, when from the recoil it bumped me up, I bumped into the bottom of the platform.
Right.
And then died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, this game is not screwing around anymore, clearly. Not that it ever was, but still. Actually, right, that button, we never went and got that, did we?
No, we didn't.
Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Question then. If you go to the left, is that where the key is? We should just get that and get it right away? It's fine. You went the other way, like, it's going the whole level. This is a pretty damn long one, honestly.
Oh, I think...
It gets that.
I mean, the key for that cage has to be in one of the 3 boxes that are in this room, but
Right.
I can't figure out how to get on top of the grating here.
Is there... Oh, wait. Question. Is there something, maybe a door on the other side of the other one? Basically where that cage is? I think that's the only place you can go from here. Yeah, it looks like there might be a path over there of some sort.
Crap.
Okay, I guess not then.
So, yeah, no, there's... nothing over here.
Oh, actually, fine. I guess, is that how it's gonna be? Okay, no, you can't, you can't, I don't think you can reach that from there then.
it's not possible to reach the top of the grate from those moving platforms over there.
Okay.
They're too far.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or at least it doesn't seem to be possible, and the camera angle is horrible from there. Because of how they move.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you make that either way. As far as over there with how those are moving.
Yeah.
Well, oh, wait a minute.
Like, my only thought is that maybe if I jump at the very last spot possible from here, I don't think it's possible to get it from the crumbling platform below, because he'll just grab onto the bottom.
Sure, yeah. So what? So I don't know. You want to try to make the jump then?
Yeah. If it wasn't for how bad that last room was, I would say I really love this level.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But, that last room, the lights don't stay on long enough.
Right, and also, in this version, which has problems with lighting anyway,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure the PlayStation doesn't do that. I'll have an answer to what does it look like on PlayStation.
Okay, I pushed the jump button. I pushed the jump button before before I started falling off of the stable platform.
I know you mentioned that. I think I had that happen when I was doing some of my tests with it before the first part, which is that it seems like there are cases where the game eats your jumps.
Well, yeah, there's no way those platforms are close enough to the grate to, or at least they don't seem to
They're
be
not.
close enough.
I agree with you. I don't think they are either. I think the only way is mentioned making that jump that the games keep saying, we're not letting you make it. I know you're trying to make it for sure.
Whoops. Okay, that was just me seeing if I could drop down on the very far edge of the crumbling platform to then flip around and jump up, and the answer is no, it will not drop me on the very edge of the platform.
Sure, I mean, fine. I get the sense of this, which is that when it's come to this game in general, when you're in the first room, you can kind of, in a sense, do whatever you want as far as scouting it, saying like, hey, what'll happen if I do this, and where's something as far as like a box placement or something.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, please let her make the jump this time, the game.
I'm just asking for you to do it once for now. And once again, I push the button and it doesn't jump. Like, and I'm still on the platform.
Right.
It's not jumping. Or it's not letting me jump. Oh, come on. Game, I know you can let me jump there.
It was weird, because I know you're hitting it, so I was like, that's the kind of bizarre thing now.
Yeah, it's like, game, I know I'm putting this button in, I know I'm giving this button input before I leave the platform.
Right.
Let me jump.
Let's see.
This is the jump you want me to make, right, game?
I guess so. I mean, I know to check to confirm that that's actually the case. It has to be. I can't see that it isn't.
I mean, it's either that or there's some platform that or something that I'm just not seeing.
Oh, well, here's my other question. Actually, no, maybe you're not supposed to make that. Fine, you want to keep making that jump, keep making it, But I did look, it's like, where is the silver key here? It is in none of those places.
Huh.
But, well, actually, it's behind the well.
Oh.
Apparently. Fine, I'm just looking at that because, fine, I don't know, you want to see if you can make that jump again from there. But then again, I don't know why it's saying, when you press the jump button, it's not even letting you jump. That's the other thing. It's like, it's one thing if you can't make the jump. It's another thing saying you press the jump button at the edge of that and then saying, no, it's not jumping. Which is more of a concern to me than the other things. Like, fine, it's one thing to say that, no, you can't get there from there, but it's another thing to say, hey, you can't press the jump button.
Oh, yeah, there's the key. There's the stupid key.
Okay, now you made... Okay, fine. Okay, so that answers the question, which is... I don't think you can make it from there. But...
Well...
I still don't know why it just ate the input. That's the problem, as far as this, honestly.
Yeah, this is definitely making the ugly side of the game crop out. Or, well, pop up, however you want to put it.
Uh-huh. But fine, you said crap. It's like, I don't know, if people didn't like this game, would that be the sequel? Does that Croc crap? Fine, there's Croc 2. It was like, well, no. Actually, I don't know if anybody said that, because most of the reviews at the time of this game, and fine, that's how you're supposed to get it, because they put the platform there, basically said, same thing. It looks great. It's interesting with what it's doing in terms of presentation. It's fun to play, but it's also something that there are a lot of times that when you want the game to cooperate with you is when it comes to controls, it's not going to do that. In a lot of cases, when it does, it's very satisfying. The idea of like that in between as far as how that feels.
And honestly, in a lot of ways, it's like there is no in between.
Right.
Either the game is cooperating near flawlessly, or it's being a gigantic pain in the ass.
Right. Which is that's where I'm thinking that HD edition they're gonna do. That's probably the first thing I would like to think that they're gonna be saying. Like, controls. Everybody said that about every one of these, including 2. But then that's gonna be the next step.
Whoops. Well, at least I figured out how to do that room.
Sure, no, I get that.
I'm not going to bother with that for the moment. I just want to beat the level.
Okay, fair enough that way. Yeah, because eventually, as you mentioned, like it's like the idea of like how do you cut your loss. At
this point, I'm just getting frustrated with that level.
Sure, no, I get that.
Especially with how brutal that last room is.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm just gonna focus on getting through.
Okay.
For
now, at least. Although eventually, fine.
Eventually I'm going to go and 100% the game.
I'm also going to say this, which is that when you do that, I'm going to assume you're going to want to, or fine, I'm probably going to insist that you practice significantly before you do it.
Like, I want to reach the credits blind. After that, we're going to guide the rest. And guide and practice.
Right.
And I'll be running at least 2 save files for the purpose of of practice.
Sure, I get that.
Plus a backup.
Sure, no, I get that.
Well, rather, the backup will be your save card.
Right. Yeah, because it is the RAM. I always say RAM and memory card. They're not the same thing. The memory cart, as it is, as far as the run on this, and then of course the internal memory of the console that you can save it to as well.
Yeah. Well, I feel like calling it a save cart makes it even clearer that it's for the game saves. I know that's not technically what it's called.
Right.
But crap. Okay. With how brutal that last room is, I need to get there without losing a single life.
Right. That, or I don't know, is this one of those times you want to go back to another level to get a bunch of lives?
Actually, yes.
Maybe go back to Lights Camel Action and see if you can do that.
Yes. We will go to the bonus area.
I mean, you do still have to go through a decent amount of level to do that, but still...
But that's... The entire level is still a lot less difficult than that final room in 3-2.
Sure, yeah.
And it's mainly because of the horrible lighting in the Saturn
yeah.
version in the dark areas.
We'll look up and see what it looks like on PlayStation when we come back to this next month, which is going to be on June 15th, by the way. I know the date already for that. Or we do, I should say. We'll also report back as far as like what that's about. I guess the question of... Yeah, I guess what that is, and I guess the other thing I'll also do is... I'm going to dig more into the idea of lighting for games on Sega Saturn. If there's some kind of thing to that. And it's a weird one, because at that point I'm going to mostly compare it against games that are also on PlayStation, which... There are cases of things that are, but it's not necessarily as many as you would think. I mean, off the top of my head, thinking of games that are on both consoles, where lighting would be a factor to itself. Fine, we played Mega Man X4 as an example. That's on both systems, but that's... Fine, that's a 2D game. There's differences between how it does stuff with graphical effects. I mean, it gets sort of a lighting thing, kind of, sort of. But maybe not completely. But stuff that it's between consoles... There's this. There's Independence Day. I don't know if you ever played the game based on that, because that's on both PlayStation and Saturn, and a Fox Interactive joint as well, so fitting that way. I remember seeing, like, some of the graphical images. It looked darker on Saturn, even in terms of how the menus were. But I'll get a sense of that. And, let me think about this. Yeah, because that's a weird one, thinking about, like, different versions of a game on PlayStation Saturn, in the sense that I'm thinking more of stuff that runs 3D polygons above anything else, where lighting would be a factor to it more than anything else. Of which, I'm thinking this, Independence Day, God, there's something I was thinking of that there's RoboPit, but I don't know how RoboPit handled 3D stuff. There's, I'm also trying to think of third-party... It's mostly third-party stuff. It is going to be third-party stuff for this. So yeah, to get in there, just bounce on this baby 3 times with your stomp. Let's see... Well, okay, Wipeout was on both consoles. I don't know how Wipeout was running on Saturn. Actually, I don't even know if I've seen Wipeout on Saturn. Speaking of Psygnosis games from earlier in the show with the Colony Wars. Alright, there was D. D would actually probably be a very good comparison. Fine, I guess I may as well go into that, because now... Wait, was it D? No, yeah, it is D, because D is on... D was a game that was on 3DO, I think I told you about that. It was Kenji Eno who made that, who also made Enemy Zero, and the sequel to it on Dreamcast. Fine, we should probably talk about the limited run controversy with that, because they did a print run of it, a new print run of it for 3DO, which is where it initially came out, and they found out that they printed it onto CDRs, and it's not running on 3DO consoles. Oh, fine, because I think I mentioned this on the show before. I'll mention it again if I haven't. There's so many different variations of 3DOs systems. Have we went the 3DO spiel off screen? As far as like different units.
You may have mentioned it at some point way in the past.
Okay, which was because Trip Hawkins, who was of Electronic Arts, said, "Hey, I believe the idea that video gaming is going to be a generic box. I'm licensing the technology out for this console to multimedia companies like Gold Star and Panasonic and things like that, but it created compatibility issues with games, and based on how Limited Run printed these on CDRs, it's making it so it's not working on every console, and they're getting fucked by every direction on that, deservedly so, and they're saying, fine, we gotta fix this." But thinking back to D is a case that's almost like a survival horror game in terms of how the dark visual elements of it. So honestly, that would be a great comparison to get a sense of like the lighting differences between something on Saturn and PlayStation. And I just want to make sure I'm right that the D was on Saturn and PlayStation. Yeah, it was Warp, the developers, Kenji Eno, the late Kenji Eno. Yeah, because on 3DO, it was on Saturn, it was on PlayStation, it was on DOS as well. So yeah, that is actually a very good point of comparison.
Okay, so I don't remember if live save, or I don't know if live save.
We could put that to the test. Fine. Here's the other way you could put the test. Is since you saved it, if you want to exit and go exit the game and then reload the save. No, unless you lose the live. So don't do that. Never mind.
Yeah, not. Actually, I will go back into the save menu and view the file.
Okay.
Because if it does save the number of lives, it might put it in the. It might let you view it.
Okay.
Okay. It does save the number of lives.
Okay.
Cool.
So in that case,
I will, like, if I game over in 3-2,
reload the save.
I'll reload the save instead of just continuing.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Because
Perfect.
that'll give me 8 tries, 7 lives plus the last one.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome.
That's fantastic, actually, because not all games of this time saved the number of lives you had.
Right, but sometimes that can also be a double-edged sword. Going back to the Rayman thing, Rayman does do that, but the idea is that oftentimes getting through some of those levels is so insanely hard that it's also something that when you get to a case of it saves lives, but also is on running unlimited continues. It's not like this game where it has unlimited continues. So it saves the fact that you have no continues, you have 1 life left. So it's one of those things that you think, like, I want to save this for it, but it's also something that you can't. And fine, also the reason it's worth pointing out for that is that Ubisoft, by their own admission, said we did not have time to play this game, which is the reason why that game is insanely hard. So I will do what I didn't do when I first played it years ago, which is practice the ever-living hell out of the game. And it's also one of those cases where I might also get another copy of it because I'll show it off this way, because I actually had, interesting enough, one of my most watched show of any of the shows I've ever done, where I had like 25-something people going over that game. But I had, my copy of that game has a lot of disc scratches on it, so when you get parts of Bandland, the soundtrack's skipping a bit, even though, like, when you play the music, as far as the Red Book audio on a CD player, it's fine.
Yeah.
But it's like the skipping, but they all love that. So like, this is like the remix of this track that we always wanted. Like, I want your copy of the game. It's like, okay, but for the purpose of the play of the game, I'd probably get another copy of it and probably do it on the PlayStation because it costs way more on Saturn than it does on PlayStation, and then show that as like an extra. So fine, yeah. Mania, you're doing it this time. We know. I get this feeling.
Yeah, I think I'm going to either beat this level or game over, and then I think that'll be it for tonight.
Makes sense.
I want to beat the level, but
yeah, I think you can do it.
Now beat the level, not necessarily complete the level. So I'm not gonna be going for the colored gems or the Gobbos. I mean, I'll get the easy ones, but at least I'll get the easy Gobbos, but I'm not really gonna go out of my way to get the gems unless I think I can do it easily. Okay.
I'm also looking up, going back to that, I'm still wanting to think that thing as far as like games with lighting, as far as games are on both systems, stuff for 3D in particular, which are, as I mentioned, this, Independence Day, D was on both consoles. Alright, there's Blast Chamber, which is, yeah, Blast Chamber, that would be a good point of reference. Actually, Alien Trilogy might be even better point of reference, which is by the same people who make Croc, fitting, because that's in dark corridors as far as the way that game is running. Gex is a 2D game. Fine, that does sort of stuff with lighting a little. There's Johnny Bazooka Tone, which I believe is by the same people who made, is it the people who made Gex?
Okay.
Alright, there's Loaded. Loaded is on both consoles as well. There's Duke Nukem 3D. Actually, Duke Nukem 3D will also be another interesting one for that. So, alright, okay, so I think I have a decent sense of frame of reference on stuff on Saturn, or stuff that's on both Saturn and the PlayStation, to understand the lighting, because, fine, how many times have I said that, hey, Saturn was a 2D machine over the PlayStation? I say it all the fucking time when we talk about Saturn, so... let's talk. I'll think of another perspective. Like, fine, I know that we're showing games that do that for sure, which what makes this game kind of a miracle run on this console.
Yeah, like, it's still really cool that Saturn can handle these 3D games.
Sure.
But, the PlayStation was definitely the superior 3D game machine.
Sure, and the tech backs it up. Same way the tech backs up the 2D things. All right, Ballerina Toshinden is a case of that, because Toshinden Remix is the Saturn version. Actually, that is darker on the Saturn than it is on the PlayStation. So I think we're finding the constant here, which is that fine, 3D polygonal games for some reason are darker on the Saturn, and as far as why,
well,
I'll have to think that. I'll figure that.
Okay.
Nice save.
When in doubt, mash the jump button because you'll get more time to figure out what to do.
Okay, there you go. Your pro strategy from Nocturne on this one.
I mean, unless you're straight up above something that's going to hurt you.
Okay. So, I'm still going through this then. Because I'm thinking, fine, because that would be the stereotype as far as Saturn, which is that any games in 3D is just going to be dark on its own,
Oh,
but...
wait, I forgot that there's this whole water section.
Alright.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, I don't want to do this now.
Well, no, I'm just going to go up onto the grate and get the extra life that's up there.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, because you think like with the 3D thing, what I'm saying with this hypothesis is, and I'll figure something to prove this or get an answer to this. It would suggest that every 3D game on Saturn is visually dark. But I don't know if I'd say that's true or not. Because fine, stuff like Nights is very vibrant, or the 3D part of Sonic Jam is.
Yeah, like, it's not universally dark for 3D stuff.
So I almost wonder, maybe this is the thought that... Question on color palette, maybe on the console. Question of how it handles draw distance because of it's the 3D design of PlayStation's tech for that. And then I guess maybe the third-party case. I mean, I'm also thinking like a lot of the Sega Racing games, like Sega Rally Championship, even the Daytona USA games that were on it, don't do that. And even like Virtual Cop. Actually, Virtual Cop is another one where that is not really a dark-looking game as far as how it is. So, I don't know, maybe because Sega made the console, they understood how that went.
Okay, Croc, move, please.
I mean, I'm almost wondering maybe this has something to do with stuff with the draw distance and then also maybe how the lighting engine works. Because actually, another interesting comparison, I think, to that would also be Doom. He's like, well, why Doom? Well, because that version of Doom, the 32-bit edition, was running on its lighting effects in ways that the PC version didn't, as far as what they enhanced it with. So that would be an interesting case that way, too.
I'm just going to let the shark go right past me.
Yeah, just enough. Yeah, the shark was never really the concern when he came here to start. Like, just those, whatever those things are.
Yeah, it's... whatever these little SOBs are.
I'll have pictures as far as what they are, like explanation as far as like what they are, as far as the universe of this. But yeah, okay, and actually, all right, this is gonna be an interesting one. Now we're back at the element of showing lighting this way. The game I mentioned last time, Hexen, which was on Saturn and PlayStation and Nintendo 64.
I was going to say, I played your N64 copy.
Right, but also that idea that Hexen's kind of a darker game anyway, even on Nintendo 64. It kind of washed out how it looks. So actually, that's another really interesting one to think. That and I guess the Duke Nukems, because there's Duke Nukems on all of the systems. Actually, on Nintendo 64, Duke Nukem is very washed out and dark too. So actually, that makes we go with Nintendo 64 as well to a certain extent. So okay. Alright, so, consider this a homework I've gotten for next month as far as looking through this. And I'll have on record of something like that, and I'll come back to report. Fine, this is why she brought 7 lives in here.
Yep. This room. Well, this area.
Right.
Is the reason I went off and got those extra lives.
Smart, and okay, talk about bookending the program perfectly. We talk about, hey, ideas as far as elements of live system and saying where can we go, getting extra lives, how do you want to do it with this game, when do you want to do it, this is when you want to do it.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And it just so happens that an easy level, well, relatively easy level to get more lives on is right next to this one.
Perfect.
So,
yeah. Fine.
That might be by design, honestly.
Also, consider the preview to when I get to the Poison River in Super Mario Sunshine, because I'll tell you what I'm doing with that. I'm gonna show how we get to that, because it is a pain in the ass getting there, as far as that part of the game. I'll try to do it, and if I somehow live doing it, and there is your way out.
Alright.
Yeah, he's gonna feel satisfied hitting that gong.
Get me out of
okay,
here.
So yeah, you can hit the back of it.
Get me the out of here.
No, you can say it.
Yeah.
You can say it on the show.
Yeah, I know.
For sure.
I know. It's just I don't feel quite strongly enough to actually say it.
Okay, no, for this part of the game, no, I get that for sure. Fine. That was Balloon Fantasy and Mega Man Legends talking about that. It's like, fine. At that point, like, I could just, no, I did everything I need to enough. So, fair enough that way.
Like, obviously, we will be going back to that level. We will be cleaning it up.
Yeah, so this is going to be, yeah, fine.
But I don't really want to do that right now.
I was going to say, what I'm going to do is go back to the Poison River thing is, I'm going to try it. I'm going to show the arduous task you have to do to get there. And then what I'm going to do is, unless I somehow beat that damn thing on my first try, the last thing I'll do on the show before we do it is I'm going to go to the airstrip, the airstrip. I'm going to farm lives, because you can collect coins, and every 50 coins is a life. I'm doing what I did on my test play, which is I'm going to 99 lives so I can get to Poison River. I'll start the next part at Poison River. We're not leaving until we get that shine there. So that's going to be how that's going to work. So I'm going to do the farming of lives for that game too, for sure. In that case, I'm basically getting more lives than I'm ever going to need, just because at that point, it's like, yeah, the Poison River is the hardest part of that game, without a question.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I eventually got that, but it's a case of me getting that, but also us finding out so many different things about that even the experts of that game in the audience, of which being Gemini 96 and also Edwack as well, even though, like, wait, you can do this. That's going to be multiple months before we get to that, because I'll mention next week how we handle Mario Sunshine when it comes to Shine collections. Yeah. But yeah, be prepared for that, ladies and gentlemen.
So for music, I'm going to go back in here and just get underground and then just kind of let it sit.
Awesome. Okay, so good job, Nocturne. Yeah, after all that, you deserve the break. No question.
Yeah, that's definitely the hardest level so far, and not by a small margin.
Right, and I guess we'll see what happens next month as far as what's going to be more so. So fine, Mud Pit Mania, it was mania in terms of how insanely hard it is. But we start doing the shimmying, and then there we go. So, alright. Yeah, good job, Jesus Christ. I mean, you've been doing a great job with this game, no question.
I mean, you saw how much effort I put into getting this stage.
So did everybody. I think everybody's here seeing that's exactly what that is and understanding what this is. And it's also one of those things that, I'll say this, I don't necessarily think this is also one of those cases where people would necessarily look at this and say, like, wait, she's not doing a good job, she should play this game better. I think anybody who's played this game feasibly knows, like, oh wait, I know exactly what this is like. I've talked to everybody I know who's played this, and they've said the same thing, like, yeah, you're going to be in cases where you're going to have to struggle with this. That's the legacy of this game. That seems like that's where it's kind of a weird consensus as far as where there's kind of like a mixed element to the idea of, like, where is this game? The idea is that it's one of those games, I guess they think, like, we don't necessarily want to toss it out completely, even though it is a big part of control, which is a huge part of the game, the idea of what that's like. And I guess that being part of its legacy, I mean, it's one of those games, like some other ones where you think, like, fine, certain things about it, and then questions of what is about the controls that are a bit of a stumbling block for people, and it seems like consistent in terms of how it does that.
Yeah.
But that being said, good job, Nocturne, for it. Yeah, you deserved a break.
Yeah. This level took a lot out of me.
Yeah, indeed.
Tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really realize it until I went in for the last time, for the last time before beating it.
Sure, right.
But when I went in there, and finally managed to beat it, I was just kind of like, wow, I feel like I'm pretty much done.
Pretty much. I get that. Like, fine, that's the idea, and fine, that happens as far as, like, you're fine, you're understanding the first time play of a game as far as everybody out in the audience, but just the idea that, I'm feeling that too, even looking at this, like, I don't think I'm going to be doing this, like I said last time, as well as you're doing, even with practice, specifically.
And you're here actually seeing me, like, the expression on my entire body language.
Sure, but even you're saying, like, hey, where's that feeling like? It's not even the case where you feel as...
Like, I feel very satisfied.
Yeah, but even as you're struggling through it, it's not even the case where it seems like it's as much of a demoralizing thing, even as much as other games I know that you love, that you've had elements going on with that, like with Mega Man Legends 2. So, but, I mean, maybe it's also the case that, wait, I should do better, maybe, that thought, because you played it, or something. I don't know, something like that, or just something that kind of is like this, a design element that's like, that just keeps knocking you down, and it's just enough of a frustration to get that way,
Yeah. I definitely did not like that last area of this level.
Sure, no, it clearly is something for that, and we'll look as far as PlayStation. I'll do my homework to get a sense of, is there a reason for, like, dark visuals for this, and we'll see what it also looks like on PlayStation. If it makes it better, would it necessarily make it better, although you're still having to control the aspect of the game, or is it something that, I don't know, you take your television, you turn that brightness up massively, and maybe that helps.
Yeah. Like, the tornadoes, I mean, they were fine. They were just a stage hazard. I mean, the only thing wrong with the tornadoes is that their appearance did not fit the hitbox.
And yet you still survived each time you ran into it.
Except for the first.
Except the
which
first
was
time,
the first time, which I didn't know exactly what the tornadoes would do. I thought that they would just throw me up in the air.
Right.
Or instead they yeeted me horizontally.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. No, I get that.
Which, I mean, let's be fair here. In most games, a tornado will throw you up.
Yeah, fine. Going back to Super Mario Bros. 3, that's a game that does that.
Yeah, Super Mario Bros. 3, and a lot of other games that have some sort of tornado-like stage hazard or feature.
Right. Yeah, but this is kind of unique with this one, I guess.
In this case, it just yeets you off, or attempts to yeet you off into the surrounding damaging floor.
Sure. But, yeah, good job showing that. Good job explaining and to all of us exactly what this is. And, yeah, fine, this is going to be her hell as far as coming back to this, but we will eventually, as far as it. And next month is going to be part 3. We'll continue off from where we were.
Yeah.
Nope. Go on.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
And it's just kind of like, I don't think it's going to be so bad coming back to this stage, because by that point, I will have beaten the game. I will have gone through all 4 of the main zones of the game.
Right, at that point, you're probably going to say, like, I know I got to practice this thing, because otherwise, like, I want to make sure that I can get through this, just because, like, fine, it kicked my ass so much anyway, just, like, fine, I want that revenge, because we said that with Mega Man Legends too, like, you're going to get your revenge against that, Class S test, and you did. Fine, with a cheat device, but still, you got your revenge that way, so in this case, it's like, fine, we're doing it this way too,
Yeah, and if, I mean, I hope it doesn't, but if it comes down to it, I'll use my Game Shark.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might be worth...
to clean up.
I guess the question is, do you know what the codes to this game look like for Game Shark?
I don't know.
We'll find out. I mean, we'll find out as we go along, and even if it doesn't come to that, we'll get an answer. I'll give an answer to that. Yeah. So, and I think if not...
But basically, so essentially, whatever I have to do, I will eventually beat this game on stream.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And we appreciate you doing that, and it is an interesting way of playing it, and also something that, it's also an interesting challenge for us of saying, fine, we talked the history of the game and our stuff, so like, how to keep this interesting as far as our discussions, but then also, for each part, we'll come back to it. And honestly, I think we kind of, and I thank you for this, kind of given some ideas as far as what might also be worth dissecting as we go along.
Yeah, and
along with what new we see.
I mean, I said beat, but no, I mean, I will 100% the game.
Right.
Like, I will reach the credits without touching the Game Shark. I promise that.
That's fine.
But for cleanup, I might decide to pop it into, well, depending on what codes I can find or what might already be on the cart.
Or I guess the idea is like, hey, if it's a case where you're going to be handling that. Yeah, just to go into that then, I guess as far as where the rest of this game is going to look, that we explained that idea, as and next part's going to be on June 15th at 7 p.m. Still good for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see there being any trouble with that.
Okay, because I didn't know if you want to move it up, because you were saying maybe we could move up as far as certain things if you're like feeling that, so I'll ask that every part, basically.
Yeah.
Is what I'm going to say.
I think I'd prefer to keep it on the 15th.
And 7 o'clock for that?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it has to be the 15th. She doesn't have a choice on this one. But that being said, that's going to be, we'll come back, and then as far as how many parts we need, I have at least 6 parts delineated. Yeah. As it is, I think that should be enough.
Yeah, I think I should. Well, I mean, I know today was only a handful of levels.
But it's also getting harder, so that makes sense too.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that I should be able to reach the credits in like 4.5 to 5 segments, and then the rest can be cleanup.
Right, because it's worth pointing out one thing, which is there are 4 worlds to this game. You're in the 3rd one. There's also 2 hidden worlds that are based around getting the Gobbos across everything. As far as how the 100% is going to look.
Yeah.
Because I want to get a little bit of a baseline.
Yeah. So my thought is, now that I have the first 2 zones cleared. In between parts of the stream, I'll go back on my own copy of the file and just keep going at those levels.
Sure.
Until I have them down perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the first 2 zones are going to be any trouble that I'll need a Game Shark for.
I don't think so, because you were even able to show at the beginning of this show, it's like, hey, let me go back to another level. One you did already, but still also one that, hey, you were able to quickly go through that where it took some time before, because, hey, you're like, first time seeing it, but now it's like, it's nothing, so you pick that up and you're able to hold to that, so fair enough.
Yeah. So I think by the end of the 5th episode of this of Croc, I think I'll definitely be able to reach the credits if I keep going at this rate, or at this rate.
Right.
And I might be able to get to some Zone 1 and Zone 2 cleanup.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine for that. I said, I'm delineating 6 parts. I'm gonna try and see if we can get this all done by October, only because I gotta figure Halloween block, because I mentioned this last week, but there's some stuff. There's definitely gonna be an opening for the Halloween block, because I mentioned we're not gonna be able to get to Shadow Hearts Covenant this year. The Crochet Nerd 64 and Casual Trade 2, the way the schedules are working with certain things, that's something that they're gonna have to figure that, and the Crochet Nerd 64 would be the one playing. That's a really long game, so we'd have to be taking a while on that. And also, he's been busy with his own streaming case. Actually, he's streaming tonight. He does streaming as far as his craft work, as his very cool and chill case. I put a link to it last week as far as the link was. I'll put another one as far as definitely worth checking out. He also streams way more than I do, to a certain extent, in the sense that he does Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I guess Saturday as well. But I think he did Sunday last week. That's when he first did it. But it's also something that, fine, he also, actually, this is also a test on his end, because, like, hey, the way I do links as far as his show, it's actually more elaborate than ours is, but fine. Mine is also the case, but fine, I kind of want to focus a little bit on the game, but also cases of certain things where I'll spiff feed up a little more, but also the case that that's where the focus is going to be, and also on the people as it is. But, I mean, he also does it that way, and goes that focus as well. Because he's like, hey, there's a link. It's like, it tells when you go live as far as how he links out. So, people as far as it, a lot of the connections I have with him, Surrendering Antonio, and other people as far as it. And also Brixabri as well, who I was actually communicating with earlier because we're going to schedule on this. We're playing a game she wanted, and I want to let her know that, hey, we're playing it. So, points like all these connections going on as far as the streaming aspects. But, yeah, with that, let's talk schedule then, because, yeah, Nocturne had her perspective of, her Collect-a-thon platforming element going on as far as it, and showing the difficulty and going through as far as it. Next week, we're starting the long journey, as far as myself, at long last, and it is Brixabri. I did explicitly go into her. She was online tonight streaming Call of Duty Warzone. I said, actually, while you were downtime, I pulled my phone. I was like, I want a message. Like, by the way, next week, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, May 25th, we are starting Super Mario Sunshine. We're playing it on the Switch via the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection. It's a GameCube game, although when I edit for some of these parts, I'm going to have footage from the GameCube version because there's certain changes, some cutscenes they make, and also because I want to show off a bug with blue coins we get there that they fixed, which is like actually a lock-up bug that is inconsistent on when it happens, but on GameCube it is a known issue, and the Switch version fixed that. So we're going to run that version. We're going to be playing that game like we do with all the long-form things each month till we beat it. I'm thinking that's going to be about 6 parts to start, but it's also something that I'm going to have more than that, because in November I'm going to have an extra part where I'm going to be on camera. Specifically, I'm going to show off the game being played or controlled as much as humanly possible with every single GameCube and or Switch controller that I can connect to the console, just see what does it do. And one of them includes the DK Bongos from Donkey Konga. And also the CDI controller that's coming out for the Switch in November. That's when it's currently set to be released. It's like, what can I get out of these controls? And also show off the 100-something videos I have of all of the footage that we did, or that I had as far as the practice I did over the past 4 months for this game. And then at the end of the year, the final show that's going to be exclusive to the YouTube site is going to be the compilation video, the Smash Up I put every year. This is going to be all of the deaths I have of this game when we play, as far as over this time, the ones I had off-screen, which will be part of that final part of it. So actually, it's going to be extra stuff I'll have set as far as snipping out when I do edits, just to get a number on that. But that's what's going to be. Brixabri asked me for this game a couple years ago. I know it took some time to get to this, but I said, fine, if we're going to do this game, we're going to do this one right. And I'm ready to do it. I'm glad she made the request. Chat said they wanted to see this. I said, chat spoke. And even though, as I mentioned, Surrender Antonio and the Crusader 64 were originally going to be in with me, they're not going to be able to, but they also are in cases where if they're around, like, hey, we're going to be around, I said, come by, just tell me that way, you're set, but also the idea that, hey, they've seen this, they're getting the experience, and it'll all be there. This is going to be quite extravagant. It is also the most collaboration I think I've had of any game this year. And it's definitely been an interesting thing going this idea of the community perspective when it's come to the setup of a game. And also when like the idea of how divisive that game really is, which I think in that way I think it's good we're doing this one even before Super Mario 64, because I think then it's going to give the picture of people who love this game, people who are annoyed by this game, people who don't like this game very much, or kind of in the middle. And it's kind of a vast one, because I know Noctu said, I'm not big on this one, but I know Gemini96, he loves this game. I know other people looking at this saying, hey, going 100% on this game looks like a pain in the ass, and it is insanely hard. Kazan22 constantly saying, this is stressing me out, just looking at this, as far as what it was and why I never went 100% on it. But other cases where Brixabri says is my favorite one, Charles Martinet, who voiced Mario as far as that, he says it's his favorite one. As far as it, so it's really an interesting divide it has, and that's also despite the fact that it got great reviews when it came out too. You know,
yeah, like I definitely see the appeal of the game,
and that's what makes it, I think, very interesting to kind of get the sense that this is not an easy one as far as people liking it or not. You know,
like I definitely see the appeal. I even enjoy watching it be played. I just don't like. It's just not a game that I like to play personally.
I guess this is because also the difficulty and also the finding the mechanical elements. We mentioned that before, but also I guess.
Yeah, I'm not.
You've probably seen some of the hardest parts of this game. You're probably thinking, Jesus Christ.
I'm not even talking about that. It's purely gameplay related for me.
Well, you'll see some of the hard stuff I have to do. For sure.
I mean, it's if I enjoyed the gameplay more, I absolutely would try to beat everything and to 100% it eventually.
Sure, but it's also one of those interesting things. Also, here's the other thing, which is that the other constant. This is the case that people who love this game when you're not going for 100%, but then when you switch that 100% switch on, that's when it is the case that they think it plummets. And I'll go into aspects of that too, as far as how that is. But that's what makes this one really interesting. I think that's kind of why I think it's good we're doing this one first. But it's next week we are starting it at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the week after that we're continuing it. We're doing it back to back over 2 weeks, which I think is fair because we did that when we played Sonic Adventure. So I said, fine, for the first big 3D hit of Mario for our show, I'm doing it that way. So on May 25th and June 1st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, parts 1 and 2 of Super Mario Sunshine. And then the week after that, we're coming back to Metal Gear Solid 2. We're finishing it. The game is done as far as story. Last time I did the skateboarding minigame and also the Snake Tales. Getting a lot of activity of that on the YouTube site. People want to see the skateboarding, I guess, for the purpose of it. Because, yeah, it's the only version that has it, but we're moving away from Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on the PS2. We're using Metal Gear Solid HD Collection next to show off the VR missions. Got tons of them unlocked in that game. And it will also show some of the extras as far as stuff, including stuff with Johnny Sasaki, and also, if I get the mailing codec conversation going, that, as far as it'll basically be our last look as far as, a little more of a relaxed take as far as where we're going with Metal Gear Solid 2, and also the case if we're going the full way, and have a great time as far as that. And then week after that's going to be Nocturne at the next part of this. And at 7 p.m., by the way, for Metal Gear Solid 2's finale, and then also the same for Croc on June 15th. June 22nd will not be a show of any kind. I have to take off, so we're going to be Super Bowl Game Saturday free for a week, which might be a good thing depending on who you are, and you know who you are as far as that. But that being said, we're going to take a week off, but then the week after that, we'll come back with a Friday show. It's going to be on June 28th. We're going to be playing Mr. Driller, playing on the Dreamcast. You play Mr. Driller?
I've heard of it. I don't know that much about it.
Okay, it is a game from Namco. It's been a case we've shown Mr. Driller online from Xbox 360 a couple times as far as extras for compilation, and also when we play Katamari Damacy, I said, I got time extra for this. It's going to be too short, otherwise let me toss this in. But Mr. Driller, Susumu as he's known, who is the son of Taizo from Dig Dug, whose mother is Kissy from Barduk, as I learned from the Lekverse, as it was. Been always a bit bridesmaid, never a bride, but we're giving him full treatment. We're playing on the Dreamcast. I'm going live on camera with that one because, like with Super Mario Sunshine, this is one with accessory usage. And Mr. Driller on the Dreamcast uses almost every single accessory that the Dreamcast supports, even though it doesn't necessarily say on the box. So the microphone that comes with C-Man, you can use that to yell into the microphone to tell him to dig or anything, and he'll dig down by that. I don't have the light gun for the Dreamcast, but you have that. You can use the D-pad on the side and press the trigger for him to drill. It works with the keyboard for the Dreamcast. You play it with that. You can also use the fishing rod for the Dreamcast and play it with that. And I said, if I'm going to do this, I have to be on camera for some of this stuff. And that's one of them. They'll be on camera for the purpose of that. That's going to be Friday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 28th. And then we get to July, where the way the schedule is set, because I basically have everything set, I think, for the summer as it is. While for the next parts of Croc and Super Mario Sunshine, dates to be determined. We will have the return to Game Dev Tycoon. I've been sitting on that one. We haven't had time for schedule. I'm coming back to that. We'll only need, I think, 2 more parts for that. But we'll go back to that in July. As I mentioned, I'm pulling off Rhapsody Musical Adventure. We're going to do that probably next year. So what I'm going to do is I'm pulling out another viewer request. I'm pulling out a game I know that we've meant to go back to, a franchise we have not touched in a while. The Top Gear franchise. We're playing Top Gear 2 for the Super Nintendo. Not too familiar with this?
I've heard the title. I once again, I don't know a whole lot about it.
Okay, it's a racing franchise from Kemco from the 1990s. It was kind of like a super scroller racing game. We played Top Gear 1 on the Super Nintendo. Well, I first wanted to see it. I'm glad he made that request because that's a really, really cool game. And one that I kind of didn't expect a whole lot from, even though I knew the name. There's like a bunch of games in the series, including a couple I have, like Top Gear Overdrive on Nintendo 64. But there's something about that style. I said, that's great. I said, we just got to play the other ones. And we're playing Top Gear 2 for Super Nintendo. It's also on Sega Genesis, and it actually also is got a modern re-release. There's the Top Racer Collection, which is what it's called in Japan, because of licensing with the BBC series Top Gear. They're running it just as Top Gear Collection, which is on the Switch, the PlayStation 4 or 5, Xbox One, Series S and X, and PC, which has a bunch of games of the franchise Top Gear 1, 2, and 3000 from Super Nintendo, and an extra arranged version that's going to Horizon Chase Turbo. We're playing Top Gear 2 on the Super Nintendo, so I'm going to get myself started on the practice on that game. It is a really fun game with an interesting attitude and an interesting style as well. It's Gremlin Games who developed it, who also made Wacky Races on the PlayStation. Oh, no, actually, it was on PlayStation, I think, in Europe. But we played on the Dreamcast, amongst other things. It's a pretty cool series, and I want to get to Top Gear 2 eventually, but we're going to come back to that in July. Then August, and this is going to be the last case as far as what we're going to go. I pushed Road Avenger from June to August. Assuming I can get the Sega Genesis stuff of mine set up, because I need a new one. But, because actually it's not even taking my Sega CD, recognizing that anymore. Which it used to, weird enough, even though everything else was set as far as it. Because she helped me figure out the idea that my 32X is fine, so I just need a new Genesis, which is fine. It's not going to cost much, but I'm going to push that one off to August so I can get set to that. We'll also have the next parts of Croc and Super Mario Sunshine, and then the finale of Game Dev Tycoon, and then I'm in talks with Ed Wack and Nikki on this one. He wants to play Smart Ball, also on Super Nintendo. I don't know if you're familiar with this one.
Never heard of it.
I never heard of it either, actually. He mentioned this is a game he grew up on. It's actually a very early game by Game Freak, who made Pokemon. Huh. And it's kind of, I believe, like a puzzle platform game, so he mentioned to me. And he said, I'd like to show this. I said, great, absolutely show. I was like, do you think people don't know this game? He's like, nobody knows this game. But it's something that has a lot of personal experience to me, and it's a really good game. But even Gemini 96, he knew what this game was. Like, this is an awesome game. He was like, great. So I'm finding a hidden secret. So that's the idea. Oh, that's the thought. We're going to see if we can do a show for that in August. If we don't, I'll come back and I'll pull out something else. I'm going to pull out, in that case, I'm going to go back to Sonic Mania. I'll do the Encore mode, because we haven't done the Encore mode yet. That's going to be an only if we don't do Smart Ball. But if we do, then we'll have Smart Ball. And September, I don't have a show on the 7th. I'm going to have to be out of town, so that's going to be the idea. And then other stuff to be set to that. And then, yeah, I guess we'll feasibly have stuff going on for Croc. We only have like 3 shows for September for that very reason. But I'll figure stuff for that. And also October for the Halloween block, which some of that's going to shuffle around a little. We still Twisted Metal I'm going to do. I'm going to try and see if we can't do Splatterhouse for TurboGrafx 16. And then November, we do have that delisted Xbox Live Showcase. I have a great update for that, because for some reason, even though I couldn't get my 360 online connected to Xbox Live where I'm living, where Nocturne is, I am for some reason, but I'm glad I was able to, and we're kind of going through some of the stuff that we're kicking around for some ideas, and also stuff I know you wanted to see. I know you wanted to see Marvel Blast Alter. We're going to play that.
Oh, yeah. I was never able to get the full version on Xbox 360, because by the time I realized I wanted to get it, the full version had been delisted.
Yep.
But I had the demo, and I played it to death, basically.
And we're going to give that demo and many other things their love. You want to say more?
Yeah. But, like, the demo itself has a lot of good stuff in it.
Yep.
And with no time limit or anything. Like, you get the full gameplay for each of the stages that it gives you.
Yeah, and that's how we're going to work that show. It's going to be on November 30th, because how we're going to do that is there's stuff that I don't have a full version of either, and Marvel Blast Ultra is one of them, so I might have to pull off the demos. But the good thing about me getting my 360 online again is because there's stuff I want to buy for purpose of future shows, and also for stuff to show on that showcase. And Microsoft did announce that they are going to be cutting prices on stuff permanently, or they're working on that. They have another update, actually. We'll have an update on that, actually, next time you're on the show. What were you saying?
Nice. I was going to say, that said, you did eventually track down the PC of Marble Blast Ultra.
Yes, I did.
And that is the full version.
Yes, it is, which is unfortunately the only way you can play it nowadays.
Yeah,
which is too bad.
But I'm still really happy to have that version if I decide I want to scratch that Marble Blast Stitch.
And it's good, so we get to give that perspective. A lot of stuff that I know a lot of people want to see. I know Ed White wanted to see Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. We're going to show that. Well, I first wanted to see Poker Night 2 by Telltale. We're going to show that. We talked about Poker Smash, which is a fantastic puzzle game. We're going to show that. I'm going to have a lot of these, and since some of these are going to be demos, it's going to be limited to what I can show anyway, so it's going to be probably the most ambitious of the showcase shows we do every year. I'm going to probably also start that one early, like we did last time. We started at 5 p.m. for that. I'll figure as far as, I think I'm going to hold that as far as on November 30th. We got stuff I'm curating, and also I have enough content, by the way, for that we'll be able to have another one. So I'll pick some of the stuff I know everybody's wanting to see. And if there's anything you want to see from Xbox 360 that's going bye-bye in a couple months when the store shuts down on July 29th, or stuff that's been gone, like, I missed this game, I would like to have a representation of this, let me know, either here on future shows, on Twitch here, or over on the YouTube site. So I'm like, God, I'd love to see this. I can check my download history. I got tons of stuff. I was downloading tons of things over the, 14 years, I think I've had. Is that right? No, actually, 17 years that I've had 360 running online for that. I was like digging into my download history and finding, well, wait, I have these things, including stuff that fucking sucks. I'm gonna come out and say that, but also just to show that idea of what it is. Big games as far as big franchises. It's also something we're doing genre overview. I mean, not doing a genre overview. We're doing every genre basically is going to be covered as far as it's including stuff that everybody's want to see, stuff we're going to get to eventually, but at least we'll have a little bit of a taste for you of all of it. And I'm really looking forward to doing that show. That's going to be an interesting one to get stuff curated and other stuff going on over the next couple of months. So, yeah, that's what we're looking like for sure. And with that, Nocturne, thank you so much for guiding us through Croc as far as it's. Thank you for, handling this absolutely terrifically, even with the struggles that are going and also with everything for it.
Like, I do wish that I had been able to get through another level or two.
Yeah, but sometimes you gotta get a sense, I can't.
But I was getting really drained toward the end there.
I get it. Sometimes that's the idea. You have to pick your battles that way, so it makes total sense for that. So, thank you so much as far as that. Looking forward to seeing you again for the next show of this on June 15th. And I think with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. Hope you have a great rest of your night, rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. And with that, I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the week after that as well, for part 1 of Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube, as far as it comes, but also Switch, how we're running it, and then the next part, week after that. Till then, keep being awesome, everybody. Have a wonderful night, and take care.
Night all.